right, positive energy all the time. Good to see you, Quayla, Hawkeye, Tasha, hi Tasha, the great Ross, the beautiful and hard-working Nicole. Hope y'all doing good. Hey, Nicole. More power. Salute to you, brother. Well, the Super Bowl is coming up. I usually don't watch it. I haven't watched sports in a while, but I will watch the halftime show this year. I was thinking about betting, but I don't gamble. Plus, I don't like to set up with the gambling. I think they want me to bet like $100 and I win like 80. And they want you to have all different types of picks to make it harder for you to win. So how much of a spread? I mean, a straight con game, right? I can't believe people going for that. What a con. You know what I'm saying? Bet 5K and won 35K. I'm not betting on 5K. I don't know. Sporting event. You say I'm glitching? It might fix itself. Nah, you know. Is that for a straight bet, like 5,000 straight? 5,000, and who takes that type of bet? I mean, that's a good bet. 5,000 for 35K. That's a good bet. I would place that bet, but I'm not sure who takes that bet. There's so many different people to bet with. Who takes that type of bet? That lawsuit is still, there's a lot still pending with that. With the Drake lawsuit. It's a lot still pending. Okay, Manuel. There's a lot still pending with the lawsuit and all of that. You know what I'm saying? See, it's got to be absolute game points, all that. Nah. I wouldn't bet nothing but a couple hundred, 300, 400. I wouldn't bet no grands on sports. That's why I don't watch sports, because I don't believe sports is legitimate. According to their contracts, it's called entertainment. It's not called sports. And they kind of got the right to determine the outcome of the game if they want to. You know what I'm saying? The only time I gamble is when I know I'm going to win. So like, I haven't gambled in years, but when they open up the Bally's Casino in Chicago, the new Bally's down there on Halsted Street, that's going to be a big deal. I'll go in there the first couple of weeks because they'll let me win. Because they'll only let you win the loser's money. You can't win the house's money, but I can win. They'll let me win if a lot of people throw their money away. I never sports betted. I never sports bet. To me, sports betting should be illegal because if you got sports betting, it just proves that the games are fixed. Once you get the mob involved with sports, come on. To me, that's a no-brainer. It's like no gambling in sports. Like, that's a no-brainer. Like, why would you involve racketeering, legal racketeering, into sports? It's crazy. Wherever there's money like that, there's corruption. So that's just crazy that you can even bet on sports. At one time you couldn't bet on sports. When I was a kid, you couldn't bet on sports. You couldn't. That's new. That's new. That's new. If they're gonna have sporting and bets, why don't they go ahead and let Pete Rose get in the Hall of Fame? Shit. You know what I'm saying? Plus, it ain't gangster to me. It's like a robbery. It ain't, because me, I bet 200, I win 200. I bet 200, I win, I get 4. Boom. Keep it simple, straight. Hey, the Eagles, I got the Eagles. Here's 500. I win, pay me 1,000. Cool. Not I got to pick the spread. I got to pick, okay, now there's a lot of variables. It's like that ain't, and I'm still gambling. I came up gambling. That ain't no gamble for no real player. I'm not finna have all these. So what, I got to get 100 things right to win? Yeah, all right. And then when I do win, I'm winning all the losers' money. I ain't winning nothing from the house. I ain't got time for that. You know what I'm saying? I ain't got. You lose money anyway. Let me tell you something. Gamblers lose money. When somebody come and tell you, Pharaoh, I hit for 10,000. He didn't tell me all the times he lost. So what the gamblers, I got a lot of my friends, ballers and players and stuff, they don't report the losses. They go tomorrow, they lose $3,000. They go next week, they lose 6. They go the week after, they lose 2,500. They go the next week, they win 8. They come and say, man, I hit them for 8. Bro, you was already down 15. You still 7 in the hole. You know what I mean? Get out of here. You know what I'm saying? I do math, so I would have to write down every win and every loss. Period. I mean, gambling is called gambling. I'm still gambling. I don't mind gambling if it's straight, but I don't want to gamble nowhere on the roulette table or nothing. Y'all got a mirror up there and there's people watching and you got magnets on the machine and all this. I ain't got no time for that. Man, I know how the game go. Gangsters make the world go. Like I said, you can win, but your odds to win is on a big holiday when the casino's packed. You could win. So like I said, when they open Bally's, I'm going to go in there. I'm going to get on the roulette. I'm going to clean up. But they only going to let you win when it's packed and it first open. After that, they got to make their money for maintenance. You know what I'm saying? They got to make their money for maintenance. You know what I'm saying? I used to just go because my customers wasn't sleeping. I had to stay up an hour or two till they called me back. So I used to make my little runs and then go to the casino. You know what I'm saying? Move around the casino, holler at a couple chicks up in there. You know what I'm saying? Until I got to make another run. So it was just like a late night hangout where I can go in for free. You know what I mean? I can go in there for free. I can hang out. Sometimes drinks is even free. You know, I probably done made about $800 that day. So I go in there and bet maybe 100, 150. I bet 50 here, 50 there, 50 there. Strike them or don't strike them. I don't care. But I never really go in there trying to win, though. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I know, see, you know what I mean? I don't really gamble like that. You know what I mean? I know people that, you know, had to go to gambling, like they was obsessed. They had to go to Gambling Anonymous and all of that. You know what I'm saying? It's too addictive. You know what I mean? You always think you could win, you know, and it's set up so once you, okay, like if I go in there with $1,000 and they hit me for $4, you trying to get your $4 back. In the process of trying to get your $4 back, now they hit you for $6. Now you really trying to get it back. You get back up to $4 again. Boom, you trying to get the $4 back. Boom, they hit you again. They knock you down this time. You 7 in the hole. You keep trying. You 8, 9, boom, whole grand, gone. That's when they hit you. Ah. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's rigged. Look, I swear to God. One time I was at the casino late at night. I'm balling out. I'm on the roulette table over here. They got the lights that show you the numbers that hit, right? So it'd be red or green. If it's red, that means a red number hit. If it's green, that means a black number hit. So I'm at this table. I look at that table, and it's green, 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 green. It's no red. Me, I do math. I'm like, it's no red. I leave that table, go over there. Red finna hit because it's been black, 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 black. And you never see that. You never see all green, which is all black down the whole board. So I go over there, I bet 200, black, boom, it's red again. I bet 400, it's red again. I bet 800, it's red again. I don't bet no more. The first time I didn't bet, black. I said, they ain't cheating, you know what I'm saying? Now you gotta understand, I had money to throw away. So I really didn't lose nothing because I had money to throw away. You know, I would sneeze and get that back, but still, it's principalities. You know, the whole board is green. And it's green, 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 green until they hit me for the 800. And then, so that was 8, 4, that was 12, 14. They hit me for like 14 or 1600. You know what I'm saying? No, I don't listen, man. I don't want no dealings with the mob. My boys used to also had a bar, and it was down on Clark Street, and the whole building was owned by some gangsters. And this dude, Johnny, he ran a little bar. My boys was hustling out of there. I was just learning how to walk. You know what I'm saying? So I had my cane. I was in there just really watching them. And Johnny seen I was on some gangsters. So Johnny said, Pharaoh, you wanna buy the club? Buy the bar? I'm like, hell no, I don't want to buy the bar because I used to make these videotapes. And we're going to get to the conversation, man. I used to make these videotapes. And it had all the R&B singers. And I would bring them down there because brothers and sisters was there after work. My boys was in there hustling. It was a spot where they was hustling right around the corner from the stock exchange. They was getting money. And so I put the tapes on and people started dancing. When they started dancing, 2 city workers came in there one day and told Johnny that ran the club, Oh, I see y'all. We see y'all in here dancing. Okay, if you want to dance in here, you got to get a cabaret's license. So it's basically a shakedown. You know, the city is like gangsters. Like it's a shake. They shake you down. And so, like, I knew the gangsters that owned the building because they had a spot around the corner. I don't want to say too much, but I know if I get in this place and, you know, with gangsters, you know, as long as you stay away from them, you safe. But if they ever put their claws into you, it's a wrap. If you know anything about the mob, like if they ever put their claws into you any kind of way, if you do any kind of business with them, you finna lose. Period. I'm like, hell no, Johnny, I don't want this. No. Boy, I don't want this. Boy. You know what I'm saying? Ain't no way, G-Rock. Them is gangsters. You know what I'm saying? Them is gangsters. Them is serious gangsters. From way back in the roaring 20s, gangsters have intertwined themselves into city, state, and government politics now. Even if you got the capital, they'll burn your place down, G-Rock. They'll do something to make you go broke, and then you got to come to them for a loan to get back on your feet. Man, if you got 50 mil, they're going to take all that from you if you do business with them. You don't do no business with the mob. Anything like that, like liquor, cigarettes, gambling, hey, gangsters. You know what I'm saying? Hey, I'm telling you, G, I don't ever get involved with gangsters. It's straight dangerous from the very beginning. They're gonna shake you down. You see, with gangsters, like if I'm a gangster, then we got the boss. I got to bring money to the boss, like every 2 weeks or something, or once a month, whatever his arrangement is. I got to drop off 10 grand or whatever. Period. So all the members of this mob got to go get money and bring it back to the boss. Miss a payment with the boss. Miss a payment. So if the boss wants 10 racks a month, I got to go out here and get 20 or 30 racks so I can keep 20. But I got to bring this man this 10. And if you got money, it's my head or your head. So you're going to have to run that bread so I can take the bread to the boss. You know what I'm saying? Now, Michael Jordan's gambling problem didn't get his father killed. His father was cheating on his wife, and the Bulls accidentally showed him in the stands, and his wife seen him with his girlfriend and got in an argument and left. And he went up there and got drunk. It was just a straight robbery. After they robbed him and killed him, that's when they realized who he was. So that's when they tried to get rid of the body. But he got killed because he was cheating on his wife. It didn't have nothing to do with the mob. He just was sloppy. Because his wife and I went on vacation this way, and he went up there by himself, fell asleep drunk in the car. You know what I'm saying? With fancy watches and stuff on. You know what I'm saying? They just want to say that, but no, he got killed for cheating on his wife. He was at the Bulls game, and the cameraman put the camera on and say, "Oh, Mr. Jordan in the building," but they didn't realize the chick he was sitting next to wasn't his wife. So they showed that, boom, it was his girlfriend. Boom, the wife seen the big argument. She went that way. He drove up there. He tripping. He drunk. He fall asleep in the car with expensive watches and shit on. Boom, shorties and them come up. Bob, this is a lick. You got out of state plates. You drunk. Oh, it's a stain. So that didn't have nothing to do with the mob. The mob couldn't make him be up there and be drunk. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, we're gonna talk about this Super Bowl. I'm gonna watch it. I just want to see what the performance is. Now, there's been some white Americans say they want to boycott the halftime show because they don't want Kendrick up there singing no "They Not Like Us." I told y'all that from the beginning. I was like, I don't know what Jay-Z was thinking, but "They Not Like Us" is not a good song to do in front of a majority white audience. But I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Now, congratulations to Kendrick for winning his awards and all that, because I ain't no hater. You know what I'm saying? I'm not a Kendrick fan, but I heard a song today. I heard a song today was fire. It was a song about reincarnation. He got a song called Reincarnation. Reincarnated. Hey, man, I ain't gonna lie. Reincarnated is fire. I ain't gonna lie. I didn't like him because I ain't like his voice. But he not using that voice in Reincarnated. When I heard Reincarnated today, I gotta move him up. You know what I'm saying? I didn't move Kendrick up. Okay, Kendrick is fire. Okay, Kendrick is fire. You know what I'm saying? Kendrick is fire. I just didn't like the I didn't like that kind of rap. But the Reincarnated, the way he rapping on there, bro could rap his ass off. He always knew he could rap. I ain't like his delivery. But Tupac mix is fire. It's fire, fire, fire. So one thing about me, I keep it a billion. You know what I mean? I keep it a billion. On that, he sound right. He need to rap in that voice. The gremlin voice, he need to hide he need to get rid of that voice. He need to rap like he rapping on there. You know what I'm saying? And he need to dump that Keebler Elf rap. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? He need to start rapping like he make cookies in the tree, you know? He need to start rapping like he make cookies in the tree and rap like he rapped on that. But I'm gonna be watching, Craig, if people do that song like you know what I'm saying? I didn't see that. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't have him perform. I would have him perform the song. Herb, I talked about that. I might talk about it later. You know what I'm saying? My thing with Herb, he ain't take care of himself. Go check out this. If you want to see what I got to say about Herb, go right here. Go to Vegan Intel and subscribe. And I talk about it. But rest in peace to Herb. You know what I'm saying? But go over there, I talked about it, but rest in peace to him and stuff. You know what I'm saying? My thing about Herb is it's a lesson to y'all eat right. You know what I'm saying? You're going to go get money, you're going to die at 54 because you don't want to eat right and take care of yourself. I ain't really feeling that. You know what I'm saying? But if you're into health and you want to hear me try to encourage you to be healthy and all that, go over to Vegan Intel and subscribe over there. That's why I'm going to be kicking all the health information. You know what I'm saying? Go over there and, I encourage you. So, he should have ate right, but rest in peace to him. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? But, I'm riding with 50 Cent. You know what I'm saying? Everybody say 50 bogus. I'm going to tell you straight up. It's just like, man, 50 got shot a bunch of times. Herb was all tied up in that. I'm going to tell you straight up. If you shot me and you die, boy, you're not getting no sympathy because you could have killed me. So I can't understand how people expect 50 to have a heart where Herb could have killed 50. 50 could have died. When you get shot like that or stabbed, you had them wounds forever. Them wounds don't go away. So it ain't no love. You know what I mean? Ain't no love, you know what I'm saying? But I ain't gonna be fair with it. So, I ain't gonna be fair because I'm riding with 50. You know what I'm saying? I don't ride with Herb, you know what I'm saying? You know, I ride with Fit, you know what I'm saying? Anyway. You know what I'm saying? He passed away. I don't really like Herb Gotti. To me, he just wasn't no cool dude. You know what I'm saying? To me. But still rest in peace to him. I don't want, the man passed away. You know what I'm saying? He ain't do nothing to me. So, rest in peace to him still. But he really wasn't my cup of tea. You know what I'm saying? To me. You know what I'm saying? Man, listen, it's to the wheels fall off. You know what I'm saying? You try to kill me, you pass away. I'm smoking you in a pack. You going in a backwood. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to 50 Cent. You know what I'm saying? I don't blame Fifth at all, man. But people don't know the backstory to that with Jimmy Henchman and all of them and how that all, you know what I'm saying? People don't know the backstory to that with McGriffin and all of them. It's a lot to that. You know what I'm saying? I don't really do that type of content because, I've been outside a lot, so I really ain't going to break down those street beefs and stuff like that. But you got people on the internet do it. That just ain't my thing. You know what I'm saying? So I don't break down street beefs because it's like you got to do too much snitching. You got to talk too much. You know what I'm saying? So the Super Bowl coming up, you know what I'm saying? And like I said, congratulations to Kendrick. You know what I'm saying? I wanted to see Lil Wayne, but Lil Wayne ain't been taking care of himself. The same thing like with Herb. Like Lil Wayne ain't been taking care of his health. He ain't been on top of his game. He don't be knowing his raps on stage. He be having a teleprompter. So it's like, what can I say? You know what I mean? But Kendrick's having a spectacular year. And I'm the type of person like this. If you're having a great year, I'm always going to congratulate you. I don't even have to like you. But I'm going to still congratulate you. Now, me, of course, if I was doing this show, if I had Kendrick wouldn't do that song at the halftime. Facts. If it was me, I would have Kendrick do that song at the beginning when they run out, right? Speed Gang. I would have, right? Because it's what? It's Kansas City against Philly. So I would have Kansas City run out with a Philadelphia flag that say, "They not like us" across the flag, right? And then I would have Philly run out with a Kansas City flag that say, "They not like us." So I would have the Super Bowl start and the music would start, dun dun dun, every ladies and gentlemen, dun 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 dun, and then they say the Philadelphia Eagles, and they'd run out, "They not like us," but they would be talking about the other team. So if I was doing it, I would turn "They not like us" with one team saying, "They not like us." I had them boys run out there and they'll be like, "They not like us." Then they'll take your flag and throw your flag on the ground, and run over your flag and stomp it. And then the other team would come out with your flag and throw it on the ground and stomp it. You know what I'm saying? And I would have "They not like us," meaning the other team not like us. You know what I'm saying? That's how I would, boy, I'll send it up. I would send it up. And then he wouldn't do it for the halftime. He would just do that at the beginning. Boy, that'd be fire. That'd be fire. They come out, they'd be like, "Yeah, they not like us." Then the other team come out, "Yeah, they not like us." It'd be like fire. You know what I'm saying? It'd be fire. That's how I would do it. Then the fans would be like, "All right, yeah." You know what I'm saying? That's how I would do it. You know what I'm saying? That's how I would do it. I'd have them run out with that. Because I always said, "Who not like who?" You got to "Who not like who." It's a great song because it could be used any kind of way. But when he said all the stuff about slavery and stuff, you know what I'm saying? It slots the song to a blacks against whites. You know what I'm saying? So if he would have let the slavery stuff out, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't even use the radio version. I wouldn't even have him do nothing but the hook. I have him do nothing but the hook, no verses. And then after he do the hook and they run out, then the instrumental would play. Dun-dun, 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 dun-dun. That way the announcer could say it on the other team. Woo-woo. Because if he rapping, you can't hear the, you know, I'm in the music business, so I just had an instrumental. Then when they run out, then they'd be like, they not like us. They not like us. Dun-dun, dun-dun. But all the other time, it just be the instrumental. So it'd be like, ladies and gentlemen, and when they come out, they announce the team come out, it'll be dun 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 dun. On the lady, welcome to the Super Bowl. Dun, 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 dun. That's how I would start the Super Bowl on my show. That's how I would start it. That's how I would start it. And then when they say the Kansas City Chiefs, when they run out, then they be like, they not like us. They not like us. Dun, 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 dun. Then when they get out there, then they go back to the instrumental. Then they be like, so, Philadelphia Eagles. And then they run out. They not like us. They like, boy, that should be fire. The New Orleans band could play it, but I just chopped the record up. Because, you know, you got to be able to coordinate it to sound good on the TV. You see what I'm saying? So you got to be able to coordinate it to sound good on the TV. That's how I would use it, because you got the perfect song. What made that song great is you could use the song to mean like anybody, not like anybody. And I always said it's a sports song. It could be most used for sport. They not like us. We finna beat them in the game. This is how you can really manipulate that song, because there's no bigger competition than sports. You know what I'm saying? So sports is the big competition. So this is how you could really use that song for sporting events, because the biggest time we say they not like us is with sports. As far as racially, I don't like the song racially. You know what I'm saying? I don't like the song racially because, you know, why would they want to be like us? They making cars. They making trains. They got planes. They got banks. They got industry. You know what I'm saying? So why would they want to be like us? Black folks, you ain't got nothing. So in terms of white folks, why would they want to be like us? Because if I'm white and you say they not like us, I'd be like, heck no, we not like y'all. Y'all ain't own nothing. We own something. So we not like y'all. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying that song ain't no good song racially for us. I'm just saying. Now they not like us. We got food. We live in food deserts. You know what I'm saying? We live in food deserts. So who not like who? Who the best? They the best, socially speaking. I don't know. That's why I'm the realest alive, because ain't nobody else gonna say that. They ain't want to tell the truth. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Think about it. When you say they not like us, we got a car? We manufacturing a car? No. We got trains? No. We got airlines? No. We building housing in our community? No. We don't even got stores in our community. We live in food deserts. So when you think in terms of they not like us, I mean, why would they want to be? Keep it a billion. You know what I'm saying? It's a dirty game, but somebody got to play it. I get a lot of people don't like me because the truth is something we don't really deal with the facts. We be dealing with emotions. You know what I'm saying? But I look at it like this: until we face the facts, we ain't gonna never get nowhere. We keep believing we great when we not. We have the potential to be great. We have the history to be great. They would kill it, but it won't sound as good on TV, Jonathan. You see, those Super Bowl performances, they go through a lot to get that to transmit to television. That ain't easy. And so a band at the beginning of the game would be too much technical to do and then go right into the game. That's going to be too much technology you're going to need. So, but if you just play the song, that could air across the world and it'll sound perfect. But if you try to have the band, you got to mic all that stuff up. And how you going to mic a band up, have them play, and then go back to the mics with the, you can't do that. See, with the halftime show, which y'all don't know, when they in and they run in there real quick, they mic that stuff up and they get that stuff. You don't know the technology that come in the halftime show. It take a lot for them to have that set up to transmit on TV and sound good. Then they have to break it all back down to get the sound back ready for the broadcast when the game starts. It's not easy. So when you seen Dr. Dre and 50 and Eminem out there in LA, that was very difficult. They have to practice like almost 2 weeks to get that to run smooth like that. But in the halftime, they got enough time to do it. They ain't got enough time to set that up when they run out on the field, because as soon as they run out on the field, it's game time. So they ain't gonna have they wouldn't have no time for that. But they could play the song. They could play an edited version of the song, instrumental with just the hooks. They could do that. And they can have Kendrick saying they're not like us with the song. They could do that. They could pull that off. But they can't, if they did a band, they can't do a band. They'd have to do that at halftime. It's a lot to that. And they would have to, it's a lot to that. A lot. Like when you hear them bands at the football game for college game, it don't sound clear. You can hear they recording it from a distance. It don't sound clear like something like the Super Bowl. It got to sound clear. That'd be too much work. You know what I'm saying? They'll be playing it in the street. Yeah, but you wouldn't hear it. You wouldn't hear it broadcasting though. If they play in the street, you wouldn't hear it being broadcast. It's like a lot of mic. Like when you talk about a full band, like a big band, like a college-sized band, no. You're talking a lot of technology to get the sound. Yeah, you got to go through a lot to get all them trombones and get everybody and get that shit to sound right. Yeah, that'd be crazy. Plus, that'd be overkill. You don't need that. Everybody going to be hyped up over the football game. So nobody really going to care how extravagant that part is. All they going to care about is them running out there. So that would be a waste of money, too. Like, why would you add all that? It don't even be necessary. But I'm definitely going to be watching to see what's happening, to see what's going on. I'm definitely going to be watching to see what songs he performed and how the halftime show turned out. I might just watch the game, watching rigged sports ain't my thing, that stuff is rigged already. You know what I'm saying? People telling me, it's already in the bag. You know what I'm saying? People telling me, Kansas City is already decided. That's what I'm in. I could be wrong, but people telling me, you know what I'm saying? People telling me my home is my home, People telling me my home is the GOAT, is the LeBron James of football. And just like they make sure LeBron wins, my home is the man. That's what I heard. I heard my home is the man. I'm just telling you what I heard. I could be wrong. I was going to bet on the Eagles, but they want me to bet 100 and win 80. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not finna bet no 300 and win no 240. You know what I'm saying? Right, Lexington, I'm a astute gambler. I'm not betting no $100 to get no 80. Boy, if I bet 100, it's 100 for 100. I bet 100, I lose, you get my 100. I win, I get 100. I'm not finna bet you no 100 and get no 80. Boy, what? If I bet you 300, I need 300. I'm not betting no $100 for no 80 stinking dollars. Come on, man. Where they do that at? That ain't no money. That's bird food. But I ain't got no time for that. And it's a chance I could lose. Why would I bet 300 to get 260? So I could either lose my 300. If I win, I only get 260. What? Or something like that. 240. Yeah, 240. I only get 240. Think about that. I bet you 300. I win, I get 240. I lose a whole 300. So you get 300. You know what I'm saying? You get a whole 300, but I only get 240. Boy, listen. Gangsters make the world go round. Ain't no way. You know what I'm saying? Ain't no way. And that ain't, boy. Boy, what? Maybe the new generation will go for that. I ain't going for that. I need the same amount I put up. That's how much I need to get back. I'm not betting you no 5,000. I only get 4,000 back. Is you crazy when I win? But you win, you get the whole 5. You get my 5, but you only putting up 400. Look, if you gambling on the streets and you were shooting dice, would you put 300 down and let the other person put down 240? Because that's basically what they doing. Me and you shooting dice. I say bet 300 and you put down 240. So you could put down 240 and win my 300. I got to put down 300 to win your 240? Bruh. But I wish I would bet you $300 for $263. What? What? Really? Really? Because I know some businesses at 300 give me 12. So I don't know what they talking about. I know some businesses where, and I ain't gonna say because I can't, the game is to be sold, not told, but I know some business I could, you know what I'm saying? I just think some people they got some fitted they got some caps for 90 cents a cap. So do the math, 90 cents. I spent 300. That's like 300 some caps. That's 300 some caps for $300. You know what I'm saying? Let me do the math. Let me see how much. Listen, boy, y'all rocking with the realest alive. 300 divided by 0.90. So I get 333 caps for $90. I mean for hold on. For $300. So $300, I get 333 crack caps for $300. 90 cents a cap. Come on. Boom, put something on there. Boom, I'm selling them 333 caps times $15. That's $5 grand. I could pay $300 and make 5 racks on some caps. What I'm finna, boy, stop. Yeah, it's costing fees. I don't hate on them. They doing what they got to do. It's a sucker born every day. I don't hate on them. Get your money. I don't hate on them. You know what I'm saying? They get their money. It's fees. Hey, the only fee I know is Felicia. You know what I'm saying? I be messing with them fees. Man, that's 90 caps. I forgot where it's at. It's on Instagram though. Hold on. Let me see if I saved it. Well, I be giving y'all too much game over here. I ain't supposed to be putting y'all up on game like that. I don't even think I wrote it down. I didn't write it down, but it's all over Instagram though. 90 caps. 90 cent a cap. Facts. You know what I'm saying? Man, I wish I would. You know what I mean? I don't play like that. But yeah, with the Kendrick, I'm interested to see. Some people saying he is gonna perform. They not like us. Not like us. So I'm interested to see how he gonna do it, how he gonna manipulate it. So I'm gonna watch it because I had to remove myself from that whole thing because it was getting too the whole Drake Kendrick thing, it was getting too feminine for me, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? It was getting too feminine. Now I can't be hating on no rapper like that over no battle. People is going too far with the Drake hate. That's just too much. You know what I mean? Like Drake ain't did nothing to me. Like that's crazy. They just blowing the whole thing all out of proportion. Messing up the whole rap battle. First we had J. Cole mess it up and drop the ball. Now we got the fans over whooping. Putting your emotions all in it. Let them battle. Best man win or whatever, and keep it pushing. You got grown men out here making video after video on YouTube talking about Drake, how much they don't like Drake. I'm like, dang, what you want to marry him or something? What are we doing? I don't know what Drake did. What the hell I'm hate Drake for? That's a little crazy. What the hell I got? What the hell Drake did? I don't know. That sounds crazy to me. Like I'm supposed to dislike Drake. I'm doing good, Charlie. You know what I'm saying? That's a little too feminine for me. You know what I'm saying? I don't even know Drake or Kendrick. I don't know them. The only way I could be emotionally into it if I'm in Cali, especially if I'm in LA comp like that, it's like, yeah, Kendrick. If I'm this homeboy, cool. I'm riding with everybody in Cali that's going hard. They going hard with their man. It's like, boy, it's Kendrick, boy. Later for what you talking about. Cool. But you ain't from Cali? Really? I'm from Chicago. I'm not cheerleading for Drake or Kendrick. They ain't from the rack. You know what I'm saying? Well, may the best man win. Oh, you won. Congratulations, player. You know what I'm saying? But I thought it was over. It's still not over. They still on that. It became content. Now, I ain't against the content creators. You know what I'm saying? Because the content creators doing what they supposed to do. They supposed to milk it dry. You know what I'm saying? So I ain't against the content creators. They milking it dry, but they can't milk it unless y'all wasn't emotional over it. You know what I'm saying? What's going on, Arnell? You know what I'm saying? That's crazy. The one thing about music, when you get to the point where you like a certain type of music and you discredit the other music, that's when you get crazy, because music is from different people. And so there's people that gonna want to hear that, and there's people that gonna want to hear that. So it's crazy for me to want to hear that. Then I discredit this. That's just like crazy to me. That's crazy. Because I'm a DJ too. So I DJ. So I could never really get into nothing with no artist like that when I'm DJing. I got to play whatever song gonna make the party pop. I don't care who it is. Like, what? That ain't my job to get into no personalities with the artist. That's real crazy. So people that went too crazy with the Drake Kendrick stuff, it's a turnoff. It's like, dang, man, we can't even have a battle without y'all over whooping. Like, dang, ain't nobody else gonna want to battle because he took it too far. You know what I'm saying? And people talking about Drake weak for suing. Man, you supposed to get a bag. You know what I mean? If he could get a bag, how he tripping? If he could get a bag, that's what he's supposed to do. Like, he trying to get a bag. Shit. He trying to get a bag. I'm gonna hate on him for trying to get a bag. He trying to get paid off of it. Hey, get your money, player. You know what I'm saying? They talking about he weak for suing for a rap battle. Yeah, if he sued Kendrick, but if he's suing the record label, that's different. He's suing Universal. He ain't suing Kendrick. At what point is black people, is we cheering, trying to stop him from getting money from Universal? As much money Universal that stole from black artists. You don't want to keep it a Billy. Universal ain't our friend. How much billions and trillions of dollars they robbed from black recording artists? Get them, Drake. You know what I'm saying? Get them. Keep it a Billy. I'm not on Universal side for sure. I'm on Drake's side. I'm on Kendrick's side and I'm on Drake's side. I'm super black. You know what I mean? Soon. Get them. You know what I'm saying? Kendrick is changing for the most part. Mrs. Wright said he's going to end up expired. Word on the YouTube street is he been passed around. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Kendrick is cool. You know what I'm saying? It's a good brother. Keeping the art form alive. Like I heard the song Reincarnated right on the Tupac beat. I gotta salute Kendrick. He keeping the art form alive in the rap. You know what I'm saying? So you got him keeping the art form alive in the rap, and you got Drake making radio songs and songs for the ladies that both is needed in the music industry. Like I said, I'm a DJ. So we need all of that. It's never this or that when it comes to music. Music has to have a variety, right? Just like when you go to the spice rack, it ain't just garlic powder up there. It's thyme, it's basil, it's all kind of spices on the rack. That's how music got to be. So it's never Kendrick style or Drake style. Anybody saying that is not really aficionado when it comes to music. Music can't be how a certain portion of the population just want that type of music. It don't go like that. That ain't what it is. I pick up a fine young woman, we going out to dinner, hanging out. I'm not bumping Kendrick, I'm bumping Drake, period. Point blank, period. I'm bumping Drake. I'm not playing Kendrick on no date. I'm going to bump Kendrick when I'm sitting back chilling, want to hear some lyrical. You know what I'm saying? I ain't bumping them when I pick up no shawty though. When I take a queen out for dinner, I ain't bumping Drake. I mean Kendrick. I'm not bumping Kendrick on no date. You know what I'm saying? I'm a DJ, so in my day DJ, we had to play the fast song, then we had to play the slow song too. We had to, you know what I'm saying? We had to play everything that the entire audience wanted to hear, and different people dance on different songs. So everybody don't get up and dance. If we're in a banquet hall and I'm DJing, I play this song, everybody don't get up. Some people get up and say, that's my song. Then I play the next song. Some other people get up and say, that's my song. And so I'm playing a lot of different people's songs. You know what I mean? And that's what make the party pop. I like Drake. You know, Drake is a co-artist. Drake is the male Rihanna. You know what I'm saying? It's just people don't know what you're listening to. They broke Drake and Rihanna at the same time. She was the female version, he was the male version. If you listen to their music, it's the same kind of music. And how they did them was make sure every record is totally different. That's how they did Drake and Rihanna. It was slick. Listen to the Rihanna song. No two songs is nowhere close to the same. Drake the same way. You know what I'm saying? It was smart. It was smart. He was the male Rihanna. That's why they was trying to pretend they was together and kind of dating. Remember they went through that? No, that wasn't what it was. They the male and female version of the same type of music. It was genius. And they say he don't write his own lyrics. You're not finna have to write your own lyrics for the type of music he do. You only got to write your own lyrics if you spitting bars. But if you making songs, you don't have to write your lyrics to make songs. If that's the case, the Temptations ain't no good. The Miracles ain't no good. The Supremes ain't no good. New Edition ain't no good. They ain't write that stuff. What we doing? You only got to write your raps if you're trying to spit bars and you're trying to get the reputation of spitting bars. It's the only time you got to write your lyrics. But if you're just making songs, come on. And I'm in the music business, and nobody makes their song by themselves. Nobody. If an artist do an album and he do 10 songs, he probably going to have 6 songs on there where he didn't get no help. Because part of the rap game is help. Facts. Because when you write a song and you go in the studio and we put the track on, what you write don't always work. So boom, you hit the first verse, perfect. You hit the second verse, when you get to the third line, it just ain't fitting right. So you in the booth, I'm out here, there's a couple guys out here. We say, try to say it again. You try to say it again, it don't lay right on the track. Redo it again. You try to lay that little part, it don't lay right on the track. So then the guys sit out there say this, say it like this, ba-da-da-da-da. And then he'll try to say it like that. And if that worked, boom, we go with that. Now, he didn't write that part. Somebody in the studio helped him because what he wrote, we couldn't get it to lay down right. Sometimes when you're writing your bars, you remember the words, but you can't remember the format, how you made the words fit. So when you was practicing it, you had it perfect, but you forgot how you said that line. So now when you go back and try to say the line, you ain't saying it the same way. So you don't got your syllables right like when you wrote it. So now you can't remember how you said it when you wrote it. This happens all the time. That's why if you are a rapper and you hot, always record yourself while you rapping. Because if you rap a song tonight and you go in the studio 3 days from now, you might remember the lyrics, but you might not remember the technique that you used to say the lyrics. So you got to record it so you can listen back to know, oh, this is how I said it. I didn't say bop, 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 bop. I said bop, 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 bop. You might forget how you said it. So it's real hard rapping because you got to remember how you said it, not just what you said, but how did you say it? And that's very difficult. Everybody have help. Everybody have help in the studio. Nobody goes into the studio. Everybody in the studio be helping with the song. It be a studio, it be people in there. Nobody go in there and do all one takes. Nobody. Nobody goes in there and do all one takes. No matter what they tell you. It be people in the studio and they feed off each other. They be like, no, don't say it like that. Say it like this. Because it's creativity, and that's what people miss. You in there trying to create something. And you're not interested in who said it. You're interested in how the song sound when it finished. That's all you interested in. You're never in the studio like, oh, I got to say every word. And no, that ain't how you make songs. You got to remember, when we go in the studio, we trying to make songs. We not trying to make you the best rapper and all that. We trying to make a hot song. If it ain't a hot song, it ain't going nowhere anyway. The goal is to make a hot song. Not to mention, when you go in the studio, there's an executive producer. So if I'm the executive producer, I might not like what you said. I might say, I don't like that. You got to change that. I don't sound right. You know what I'm saying, Charlie? So DMX could say something, but the executive producer, okay? So Charlie, you have the rapper. Then you have a producer that made the beat. But then you got an executive producer. And the executive producer is the one that decides where the hook gonna come in. If I need to bring it, I need a guitar player right here. Or I need a girl to say the hook in this. So the executive producer is the composer of the whole piece. So they tell you when Snoop was in the studio, Dre said, don't say it like that. Dre said, say 1, 2, 3, and to the 4. Snoop did not say that rhyme like that. Snoop said 1, 2, 3 to the 4, but he didn't say it the way Dr. Dre told him to say it. So he wrote his rhymes, but Dr. Dre told him how to say that line. He said, no, don't say it like that. Say it like this. 1, 2, 3, and to the 4. Because the executive producer is the one responsible for selling this song. At the end of the day, we got to sell this. We got to make a hot song. So rapping is just one part of making a song. The hook got to be right. Instruments got to come out the right way. It's really a lot to making a song. If you think DMX was in there and Eve and Jada Kiss and Styles P and them didn't add something, you crazy. The whole Rough Riders is in there, and trust me, they adding what they think. You really think he go in there and Jada hears something ain't right and Jada Kiss didn't have the ability to say, nah, say it like this. Because they be feeding off of each other. The executive producer, the one, because when they rapping, they can't hear what the executive producer can hear. They can't hear it because they made it up, so they like it automatically. But the executive producer didn't make it up. And the executive producer is responsible to hold back the weight of the record labels on it. It was Puff It wasn't Biggie. Biggie didn't make no hit records. Puff made all them records. Puff knew that Biggie could rap, and Puff the one made up. Do baby, give me one more chance, and put Biggie on there, and then Biggie first thing first. I pop her, freaks all the. See what I'm saying? But Puff the one organized Biggie songs. Puff made all that. Biggie was, you know what I'm saying, party and BS and party. Biggie wasn't polished like that. He could just rap. So what Puff knew is this dude could rap his ass off. So if he trusts me and I put him on these smooth songs, his ability to rap, he gonna kill it. So Puff was the toughest, one of the best producers ever, because he took somebody with the talent like Biggie Smalls, and he knew Big could rap his butt off. So he said, well, if I take him out of his element and put him in this smooth, big, heavy player element, he gonna kill it. And sure enough, he did. He killed it. Because he could rap. So our job as executive producer is you could rap. We give you what to rap on. We help you market your ability. So Biggie the one coming up with the cold words, but Puff the one set it up so he could say the cold words on a cold song. Biggie the one put the girls on there. Baby, give me one more chance. Biggie ain't got nothing to do with Faith and all them singing on there and Toto and them on them songs. That's Puff make the song. You take them girls out singing, you take out you take all that out. Biggie ain't nothing. He ain't doing nothing without Puff. They can say what they want to say. Puff one of the coldest producers in the game. The boy was cold, he just got crazy. You know what I'm saying? He got crazy, but Puff is, I look at Puff as one of the best executive producers ever in the game. Based on Biggie Small. He took a rough rock. He took somebody rough that could just rap, just be on the corner, just spitting, and he took them. You know what I'm saying? If the Locks would have stayed with Puff, they would have been bigger than what they were. Jada could never get a hot song, but if he would have stayed with Puff, Jada would have had a bunch of #1 records. Yep. If Jada would have stayed with Puff, Jada would have been just as big as Biggie Smalls. That's a fact. If Jada Kiss would have just waited, him and Mace, just think if Puff would have had time to really tailor Jada Kiss, Biggie Small, and Mace, he would have had 3 of the best rappers in the game. You know what I'm saying? If they would have just waited, if Jada would have stayed, because Jada had that, knock yourself out, and just his songs wasn't that good. He could rap his ass off, but he needed executive producer. He needed Dr. Dre. He needed Puff. See, Swiss called with the beats, but Swiss Beats ain't called with the executive producer. Dr. Dre, Puff, and Jermaine Dupri is at the top with the producer. Them boys can produce. The rest of them, Timberland and all them, they just make really good beats. Timberland can kind of produce. I give it to him, but not like Jermaine Dupri, Puff, and Dre. He can't produce like them. Them the top of the game right there. Them boys can produce. Jermaine Dupri still in the studio going crazy. Man, Puff is Puff took the most roughest artists and made them big. When you just look at the raw Biggie Smalls and look what he did with them, it's incredible. Like, it's really incredible what he did with Biggie. And he still let him keep it gangster. Ooh, because this paging me at 5:36 in the morning and crack a door. He still let him do the street stuff, but it was cold though. It was cold. It's a shame to see Puff go down like that. You know what I'm saying? Black talent down the drain like that. You know what I'm saying? Dre is good too. He just take too long. You know what I'm saying? Dre had Rakim over there, took too long. Had Busta Rhymes over there, took too long. I mean, they left. He had a lot of things. They probably figured he had a lot of things he was doing wrong. But you know, a lot of times, if you sit and you let it go the way it's gonna go, it's gonna come better for you on the back end. So even if you with Puff and you don't feel like he's doing right, if he gets you them master records, you straight for the rest of your life. If you leave, you still might be good, but if you don't get them master records, look at Mace. His best record is still with Puff. It's still his best records with Puff. Look at Snoop. Still his best records with Dre. When Snoop went out there on Master P, that stuff was trash. Without Dr. Dre, Snoop wouldn't be getting rich like he is now. Snoop is still getting rich because he was with Dr. Dre. Jada Kiss would be getting way more money as an artist if he would have just hung in there with Puff for like another 2 years. If he would have just waited another 2 years, I don't give a damn what would have happened with the records. He would have eventually been able to get his publishing and stuff back. But there's nothing like that fame. When you get that certain level of fame, that put money in your pocket. Because you're going to make more money off of shows anyway. And the bigger the record, the bigger the shows, and the bigger the bread. You know what I'm saying? Look at Mace. He didn't do nothing once he left. Run around, be a preacher, run around. You know what I'm saying? He ain't do nothing. His biggest records with Pop. Yeah, Puff knew how to mix that stuff and make a hit record. You know what I'm saying? He knew how to make a hit record. And he wasn't really trying to cheat them. He just gave them the same deal everybody else gave him. He didn't really know what he was doing. He just gave them the same deal. A lot of times they just ditto sheet contracts and just give them to you. They've given you the same contracts everybody else was giving everybody. They don't know. I don't really think Puff was a bad guy. I think circumstances made him like that. Having to deal with Suge, having to deal with Jay Prince, having to deal with the streets of New York, having to deal with all of that, turn you kind of bad. You don't really got a chance to be, what you're supposed to be. You're around Clive Davis and all them. They ain't decent. They wasn't necessarily decent people. Puff really never had a chance being young like that around Andre Harrell and all them. How did he get misguided? Like, who's really behind it? Who's really behind what happened to Puff? What really happened to Whitney Houston and all of them? Who was they signed to? Who was Aaliyah signed to? Who was Whitney signed to? Who was Phyllis Hyman signed to? I'm just saying. Ain't nobody got nothing to say about them level of people up there. They put it all on the black dudes. You know what I'm saying? Real talk. It's all going to come out, though. Puff ain't just went in there and just started doing that stuff. He was groomed to be like that. He can't tell because he'd be lucky to get out of there. You know what I'm saying? He'd be Jeffrey Epstein. You know what I'm saying? Puff is in a dangerous situation. You know what I'm saying? He's not in a safe situation. I tell you that. He need to be, they want to make sure he don't talk. Who you think sicked them on him? You know what I'm saying? What I think about Marley Marl production, I think Marley Marl was a good producer when it came to like the original boom bap rap. I think he was good. I think a lot of them brothers was cool, was good. Them Primo, you know what I'm saying? Them dudes is rough. They real good producers, but they producers from the area before the hip hop started to cross over. So when you look at Primo and you look at Marley Marl and them, that's the era before hip hop started to go mainstream. Because hip hop was just like hardcore street underground, right? Because hip hop had to compete with, you know, the Terrence Trent D'Arbys, the Janet Jacksons and Michael Jacksons and all that. As time going, R&B started to fall. And that's when they moved Snoop and them over. And that's when rap had to go mainstream. And so as rap started to go mainstream, then they get rid of Rap City Go, and then you get what? You get 106 in Park. And 106 in Park was the era where, okay, rap finna be the mainstream black music. So now it's got to get produced different. It can't get produced like back in the day. It can't get produced like boom bap. It can't get produced like KRS-One. It's got to go mainstream. And it's got to go younger. So they start pushing Lil Bow Wow. They start pushing Master P Son. They start pushing the shorties, right? And they start making it go more mainstream. They had to change it up. You know, Bobby Brown don't get no credit. Bobby Brown's at the forefront of changing rap. Because Bobby Brown, remember, he rapped on this song. Remember? Bobby Brown was really the first one. You know, he do the R&B stuff and rap on it. Then you had Father MC, had Mary J. Blige, right? That's when they was, okay, let's mix the R&B with the rap and make the R&B go mainstream for the next young generation. The next young generation, they ain't want to hear no singers no more. You know what I'm saying? They ain't want to hear H-Town and all of them no more. They was fading out, R. Kelly and all that, Jodeci. It was time for that to go. You know what I'm saying? So now it's time to bring the rappers in, bring Tupac in with Jodeci. How do you want it? How do you feel? You got to bring the rappers in with it. Because now it's a new younger generation coming in. They don't want to hear that stuff. And this is where a lot of people, when they talk about the rap, they don't take into account that a new generation comes. They didn't want to hear bars. They don't want to hear that. They want to hear a good song. Basically. And then that ran its course. And then trap came in. Because moms want to get money. They want to hear money rap. That's So Atlanta came in and the trap took over. Because you're in the trap, you get money. T.I. and them come in, a rubber band man. Got the rubber bands off the money. And then when you got a trap, what comes with a trap? Violence, robberies. Boom, so it go to drill. When they go to drill, they wild in the streets. They got wild chicks. Boom, the wild chicks step up. Now you got the sexy reds in them. Them the females that's birthed off of the drill. Young Jeezy, Ludacris, all them. Nah, rapping ain't never gonna die. Rapping ain't gonna die. Rap is still popping. Listen, rapping is still popping. Don't let nobody fool you. Rapping is popping. It's some fire rappers out here. Okay? Don't let nobody fool you. Man, listen, let me show you something. It's some fire rappers out here. Don't let nobody fool you. Hey, y'all know I'm the realest alive. What y'all know about Beef or Better? If y'all heard Beef or Better, go check out Famous Animal TV and check out Beef or Better. And tell me if you think rap is dead. Shorty, fire. Shorty, fire. Listen, go check out this female from Mississippi. Beef or Better. Go check her out. Shorty, fire. Fire. Go check out Famous Animal TV and tell me, fire. Fire. It's just an older generation. They think they can keep that old stuff alive. Old stuff gotta go. Old stuff gotta go. You can't have a healthy music industry hanging on to old rappers. They gotta go. I've seen some rappers say, well, why the whites could keep on doing their music, the Rolling Stones and stuff like that. Let me explain something to you. No, the Rolling Stones couldn't keep doing their music. That's false. That's false, y'all. It go like this. You're a rapper. Let's say you're a hot older rapper like Jay-Z, Nas. What happens is you're going to be rapping. You're going to reach a point. The Rolling Stones and all of them reach that point where new rappers going to come in, and then you're going to be pushed down, and they're going to push the new rappers. Then after so much time go, now you're going to become historical, and you're going to come back. So the old rappers, as we talk about the Rolling Stones and stuff, they're going to be just like the Rolling Stones, but they don't understand the Rolling Stones had to wait. The Rolling Stones was not hot when Kiss and all them came out. When Kiss and all them new rock bands and stuff came out, the Rolling Stones was finished. They had to wait until you become nostalgia. Then when you become nostalgia, your fame go back up. So the old rappers, they don't want to wait. If they wait, they're going to become nostalgia and their fame going to go through the roof. But you got to wait. So they just see the old rock and roll people and say, well, why they still listening to rock? No, they did not listen to them. They was gone. When the new rock and roll people came in, the Rolling Stones, Led Zeppelin, Pink Floyd, and all them was done. They was done. It wasn't until your fans get older and then you become nostalgia, then you come back out. That's the same thing gonna happen with rap. They gotta wait until they become nostalgic. Then the money gonna be pouring in. That's how the game go. When you're a music artist, you're gonna be up here, then you're gonna go down for the new artist, and then your fan base gonna get older, and then you come back and reconnect with your fan base, and then the younger people want to see you too, because you become nostalgic. But you can't stay up here the whole time. You know what I'm saying? You can't stay up here. You got to go down for the new artists. That's just how the game goes. So I be hearing dudes saying, well, why y'all talking about we old, but y'all ain't saying the Rolling Stones on? The Rolling Stones was old. The Rolling Stones was considered old, and nobody wanted to see the Rolling Stones. When the new bands, when Kiss and all them came out, nobody wanted to see Led Zeppelin, the Rolling Stones, Pink Floyd, and none of them. They disappeared. You hear anything about Pink Floyd? You hear anything about Led Zeppelin? No. They gotta wait. Look at Too Short right now because of $1 million worth of game. Blow the whistle. Now he coming back. He gonna become nostalgic. In 5 or 6 years from now, Too Short, I'll be doing big old tours everywhere. But you can't stay on top with new artists coming. That's not good for the business. You got to bring in new artists for a new generation. That's just how the game goes. You can't keep the same artists out there forever. Artists run their course and it's over with. When you're a recording artist, you got a course, you got a sound, and that sound is limited. And once you maximize that sound, you're done. Now you have to wait and come back and do them songs nostalgically. Facts, look at Parliament Funkadelic. Parliament Funkadelic came out, they was hot as a firecracker. But after they made so many albums, it was over. They couldn't make no more good albums. Ohio Players made so many good albums, couldn't make no more good albums. You run your course. Your sound runs its course. No matter what sound you got, it's going to run its course and you're going to be done. You're not going to be able to keep making new material. It's over with because it's a sound that you bring in, and all sounds run their course. That's it. You can't make that sound new no more. You can't make a new Isley Brothers. You the Isley Brothers, you did your best stuff. You're not going to outdo that. Period. Stevie Wonder was hot and then it was over with. James Brown was hot, then it was over with. Because it's a sound, it's metaphysics to it. And once you run that course, it's over with. Because you can't outdo it. So when you look at boom bap, you can't outdo the boom bap that came out. Period. You're not going to outdo the Chaos ones. You're not going to, the Onyx, you never going to do nothing like that to outdo that. That's a wrap. You ain't going to make no more songs like those songs that's better than those songs. It ain't going to never happen. That was the best of that sound. You cannot surpass that. Period. It's over with. You have to wait and then go back and perform that sound. 50 Cent knew it. So what he did is start putting his records on his TV shows. Because he knew he ain't going to be able to outdo many men wish death upon me. The blood in my eyes, dog, and I can't see. And I'm just trying to be what I'm destined to be. Niggas trying to take my life away. I put a hole in the N-word for messing with me. He ain't going to outdo that. Never. Okay? Period. That was it. Snoop ain't finna outdo none of that stuff he did. It's never going to happen because you got a sound. I got a record collection. I'm a DJ. I know what I'm talking about. Everybody peaks and that's it. Aretha Franklin, Smokey Robinson. Name one artist that did maximize their sound, and then that's it. It's over with. Like Drake. Drake didn't maximize his sound. It's a wrap. He might get a couple something, but he's already, that's it. You've got the best Drake. You're not going to surpass that. How? This is how music go. That's it. You're not going to surpass Smokey Robinson and the Miracles, what they did, the Temptations, what they did, Stevie Wonder, what they did. What they did, that was it. That was, you know what I'm saying? The best example is Stevie Wonder. It got to a point, and Parliament. When Parliament started making the one with the elephant on it, it was all whack. The album cover with the elephant nose, that's when they was done. No, you can't come up with new material to outdo your masterpieces. No, it's rap because it's not just your material, Stephan. It's a sound. And you was hot because you created a new sound. And that sound, once it runs its course, it's a rap. You cannot outdo that sound because one reason you was a superstar is because you had maximized that sound. How are you going to outdo your greatest work? You can't. It's not going to have the same effect because it's an old sound now. So nobody's going to be magnetized to no old sound. When you did it, it was a new sound. So when I first come out, it's a new sound. So everybody like, hey. But then by the time I've been in so long, it's not a new sound no more. So how am I going to get the excitement with an old sound? Lil Wayne is done. It's a wrap. T.I. done. Jeezy, it's a wrap. He's not out doing what he did. 50 just making a way, doing other stuff. It's a wrap. You maximize it. It's a new sound. If you don't understand the sound and you just try to talk about the artist, you don't know what I'm talking about. The artist is hot because it's a new sound. You can't make an old sound new again. It was hot then because it was new. That's what make it so hot. What made 2 Chainz hot? Because the way he was rapping, it was new. We was like, ooh, wee. He can't do that again. How he going to be new again? Can't do it. Stevie Wonder could do it. One of the best artists ever. James Brown couldn't do it. Name me an artist that could do it. Nobody. Remember Michael Jackson started crying, said he can't do it. It was over. Mike couldn't outdo what he did. Prince, before Prince died, he was straight trash. He couldn't outdo Purple Rain and all that. It's a wrap. Aretha Franklin couldn't do it. The Supremes couldn't do it. Diana Ross couldn't do it. No artist could do it because you maximize your sound. If you don't understand what I'm saying about maximizing your sound, I'm talking over your head. Like I say, the best example is Parliament. Parliament came out, was killing the game. Mothership Connection. this one, that one, that one, came out with Bootsy, came out with Fred Wesley and the Horns and all that. And then after so long, George Clinton could get a hit if his life depended on it. Like the last 3 or 4 albums didn't do nothing. Because how you gonna outdo One Nation? How you gonna outdo that stuff? He can't. You can't, because it's not just an artist, it's a sound. See, it's not just an artist. Lil Wayne, it was a sound and an artist. And once the sound has ran its course, that's it. Now everybody's looking for a different sound. What artist had the longest good run? I would say the artist that had the longest good run would be James Brown. James Brown had the longest good run. James Brown had the longest good run because James Brown went all the way back from when I was a baby all the way up till I was grown, when he had put your hands on your hip and let your backbone slip and spank it. Dun, dun, dun. He was able to come out. We had a record called A Spank. James Brown was still able to make a record called A Spank and still sell records in like 1978 from back when I was a baby. So he had the longest run. You know what I'm saying? He was and that was his last record. The last good record he can have was Spank. No, Temptation didn't have a long run. They didn't stay together. So the Temptation didn't have a longest run as James Brown. James Brown was hot back when the Temptations started. And when James Brown came out with Spank, the Temptations had been gone. The Temptations disappeared when the Jackson 5 came out. The Temptations run was over when I was 5 or 6, 7 years old. Temptation was done. The Jackson 5 took their spot because the Temptations couldn't keep the band together. First they had, the first brother was the lead singer, then he left. Then they brought in David Ruffin left. They couldn't keep nobody. Eddie Kendricks left. So Temptations, nah, not even close. The Temptations only made it from when I was a baby till I got about in 2nd, 3rd grade. They was done. They last hot shit was Ball of Confusion. That's when I was a shorty. They ain't had no run like James Brown. James Brown was back back a little bit before they started and was still going when they was gone. Temptation didn't have no run like that. The Jackson 5 didn't have no run because they broke up. Smokey Robinson and the Miracles didn't have no run because Smokey left. See, a lot of them didn't have no runs because they left. And now it's just Smokey Robinson. So ain't no Smokey Robinson and the Miracles, it's Smokey Robinson. So a lot of them couldn't stay together to get a run. But James Brown, because he was a solo artist, he was able to, James Brown, he's solo, so he don't need no group. So he had James and the Flames. Then he had his band that had Bootsy and Fred Wesley and them in his band. Then they all left and went and played with George Clinton. But James Brown was still James Brown, so he was still killing the game. So I think he had the longest run. I don't know nobody I can't think of nobody else that made records that damn long. James Brown was still making records. He was old as hell. He was still making hot records. We were still dancing to James Brown when I was grown. James Brown was out before I was born, probably. And that mom still had his records when I was out of high school. We were still dancing to James Brown. That mom I think he had the longest career being able to make hit records. Because James Brown's secret was he didn't make records. He made dance records. So he made a record for dances. Because what James Brown, he was young and he made his records. He used to do a dance called the James Brown. So all us little kids used to do the James Brown. So James Brown picked up on that. So then he made the popcorn, do the popcorn. He started making dance records where there was a dance went with every record. So that's how he stayed a long time, because they had a dance called the Spank, used to go like that. And James Brown came out, put your hands on your hip, let your backbone slip, and Spank. And they was playing it in all the clubs because he was smart. He made records for whatever new dance you're doing. So as long as there was new dances, dude was getting paid. By that time, Stevie Wonder had already fell off. Stevie Wonder fell off when he had The Secret Life of Plants. He was done. Temptations was done. Stylistic didn't last no longer. They came late, was gone. Nobody really lasted. New Edition didn't, nobody lasted like that. James Brown's like the longest artist I could think of. James Brown was a star for decades. James Brown was a star in the 60s and the 70s, 20 years. I don't think nobody else did no 20 years, not that I could think of. Can y'all think of somebody did 20 years? I can't. Ain't nobody went 20 years but James Brown. James Brown was cold. If I had my records, I ain't at home, I'm in Arizona. I had my records, I'll show you his last big record. It was called Spank. Hold on. Let me see what year it came out. James Brown, Spank. Right? The Spank came out in 1978. Right? Now, Ray Charles didn't last that long. Ray Charles didn't last that long. Ray Charles didn't last that long. Hold on. Yeah, Ray Charles didn't compete with no James Brown. James Brown was out with Ray Charles, and when Ray Charles was gone, James was still out. Okay, 1978, the Spank. Right? The Spank came out in 1978. Now, let's look this up. Let's make sure we're right? James Brown's first record was 1956. Please, please, please. 1956, 66, 56, 66, 76, 22 years. 22 years. Okay, let's look. Ray. And then Ray Charles didn't have no hits like that. Ray Charles wasn't nobody like that. Ray Charles wasn't big like they trying to tell y'all. Ray Charles' first record came out in 1949. Right? But he wasn't no big star, though. And his last record he recorded was June 2003. Hold on. June 10th, 2004. That's the release. That's not the recording. See, they be running the game. That's the release. But the release don't mean that's when it was recorded. See, they'll run a game on you. But Ray Charles wasn't that big like that. He died in 2004. Ray Charles wasn't that big, though. Ray Charles wasn't that big. Stevie Wonder wasn't as long as James Brown. I got all their records. Stevie Wonder been around a long time, but Stevie Wonder didn't have a really good record except like We be jamming and jamming and jamming. And the Martin Luther King, happy birthday to you. You know what I mean? But he wasn't really, he was around a long time. He might, when you look at happy birthday to you and jamming, the problem with Stevie Wonder is by the time he did happy birthday and jamming, he was gone for a long time. So that's why I can't put him with James Brown. He didn't have that consistency. Stevie Wonder had the consistency and then it dropped. By the time you get to the era of me in high school and the OJ for the love of money and all that, Stevie Wonder ain't doing nothing. So it's like Stevie Wonder came back. You know, he came back and made a couple records. Let's look. Stevie Wonder's first record was in 1962, right? And his last record, he's still making records. So he got, but he whacked though. So that's why he ain't Stevie Wonder. Okay, hold on. Jamming was 1980. So jamming was 1980, 62, 72, 80. Okay, so 62, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80. That's 28 years. We got James Brown at 22 or something like that. So maybe Stevie Wonder, maybe. I could see Stevie Wonder being, being there. Not Michael Jackson, because Michael Jackson was the Jackson 5. So you can't give Michael Jackson, a solo artist, the credit for the Jackson 5. That's why you can't give Smokey Robinson no credit. You got Smokey Robinson and the Miracles, and then you got Smokey Robinson. Tina Turner wasn't making no good songs, though. She just made that prostitute song. I'm your private dancer, but she wasn't. See, artists like that wasn't making no good songs for long periods of time. That's how James Brown got them. James Brown was constantly dropping records. Them, they just wasn't. They would disappear for a long time and get lucky and get a record. Like Stevie Wonder, it was a long time before he was able to get another pretty good record. He wasn't consistent like James. Michael was with the Jackson 5, but I don't count the Jackson 5 with Michael Jackson. I don't count Smokey Robinson and the Miracles with Smokey as a solo artist like that, because I can't give you credit. It's a whole bunch of people making a song with you. But Stevie Wonder and James Brown, that's debatable. I will say that. But the difference between James Brown and Stevie Wonder is Stevie Wonder was getting radio airplay. James Brown was still in the clubs. Seriously. That's the only reason I give it to James. James was still in the club. Nobody was dancing with Stevie. He was kind of like the music industry where they'll pay money and play your record anyway. He wasn't hot. Like when Stevie Wonder came out with Jamming and Happy Birthday, Happy Birthday was like a Martin Luther King type shit, but he wasn't hot like in the streets like that. Like he wasn't hot. Nobody was trying to bang no Stevie Wonder. Nobody ran out. You know, I was a DJ. I didn't run out to get no Stevie Wonder record. I ran out to get Spank from James Brown, but I never ran out to get Stevie Wonder record. Stevie Wonder record was like a novelty. I can't say he was hot. He wasn't hot in the streets like that. You got to remember, I was young at the time in high school. You know, when you in high school, out of high school, you know what's hot. You know what I'm saying? Bob Marley's run was over quick because Bob died early. So Bob Marley run wasn't that long. He died early. He got sick and he died. Because when I went to see Stevie Wonder, I had tickets to see Bob Marley. So I bought a ticket to see Bob Marley and Stevie Wonder. Then Bob Marley got the cancer. And when he got the cancer, he had to go to Germany to get the cancer treatment. They canceled the Bob Marley show. And then they rescheduled it. And I went and turned in my Bob Marley, Stevie Wonder. No, it was just Bob Marley. Bob Marley was coming to town. I bought a Bob Marley concert ticket. Then with the cancer in his toe, he had to go get, they said he couldn't do the tour. They canceled the tour. And then they said we could turn our ticket in and get a ticket to see Bob Marley and Stevie Wonder. I wish I would have kept my Bob Marley ticket. I guess it wouldn't have mattered because I lost all my tickets. I don't know where they at. I used to have a collection of my tickets, but I turned my Bob Marley ticket in for the Bob Marley Stevie Wonder ticket. And I was waiting to go see Bob Marley and Stevie Wonder. And then Bob Marley died. And when Bob Marley died, they added Gil Scott-Heron. So it was Stevie Wonder and Gil Scott-Heron. That was the saddest concert I ever went to because Bob had just died like a few days before they came to Chicago. And that's when I went to see, instead of Bob Marley and Stevie Wonder, that's when Bob Marley made We Jammin' and Jammin' because he was hanging with Bob. So Stevie made like a reggae song. Had his little braids trying to look like fake dreads. So I went to see Bob Marley and Gil Scott-Heron because Bob Marley had passed away. So it was, I was going to see Bob Marley and Stevie Wonder, but Bob Marley died just a few days for the concert. So they put Gil Scott-Heron on the show, and I went to see Stevie Wonder and Gil Scott-Heron. And after Gil Scott-Heron performed, Stevie Wonder was going to perform next. And I was a young revolutionary too. And Gil Scott-Heron was one of my heroes. And that's when I went in the bathroom and Gil Scott-Heron came out the stall and he was a junkie. That's when I seen Gil Scott-Heron as a junkie. He'd come out the stall. Hey, what's up, little brother? I looked at him. I wanted to steal on him. You know what I'm saying? I wanted to knock Gil Scott-Heron out. I swear to God, man. I ain't promoting no violence, but man, you know what kind of disappointment you talking about? The revolution will not be televised and you a 2-bit junkie. It's bad enough Bob just died, bro. And they put you on the show and this how you is in the bathroom. That was the most high. I said, go to the bathroom right now, soldier. I went to the bathroom. I'm in there washing my hands. The star opened this Gil Scott. It ain't about never meeting your hero. It's about don't be no dope fiend if you're talking about Black Revolution. Just like that. I just looked at him. Because I met a lot of artists and they was standing on business, Sunrise, a lot of them. They was really cool. They was on what they was on. Gil Scott, one of the only ones I met that was like, bro, he ain't just a hero. He talking all this pro-black stuff. How you talking all this black stuff, pro-black stuff, and you a junkie? So now Bob Marley died, a hero. Gil Scott-Heron, one of my heroes, he a junkie. And so I watched Stevie Wonder, but the whole show was just, Bob died. You know what I'm saying? Bob died, so that was messed up. You know what I mean? Bob didn't have that much, you know what I'm saying? I mean, Bob Marley, you know. They say all that stuff, but I don't believe that stuff. You know, Bob Marley, to me, Bob Marley died because he was playing in Rasta. We don't play no games. And Rasta don't play. And Bob Marley was out there playing soccer, and he shouldn't have been playing. I not revolutionary. So he's out there playing, hurt his toe. Hurt his toe playing soccer. The toe never healed. He had a tour coming up. If he wanted the toe to heal, he either had to cancel the tour or get his toe cut off. And Bob opted to get his toe cut off to do the tour. And when he got his toe cut off and they bought him the big old earth shoes he was wearing, he went on tour, the toe got infected. Because he went on tour with just 9 toes. That's the real original truth of the story. All that other stuff, CIA, radiation, no. Then when the cancer got worse, he went to Germany, and that's when they over-radiated him. That's when he went to the Babylon. That's where he made his mistake. Yeah, he cut his toe off to go on the tour. Stevie blind. I met Stevie Wonder. Yes, Stevie Wonder blind, but Stevie Wonder been blind a long time. Hey, check this out. I was in LA. They had a vegan restaurant called Orion's, run by a black dude. So I'm in there getting me some food, and Stevie Wonder come in there. I'm in my 20s. So Stevie Wonder get his order first and go in the car. So when I get my order and come out, Stevie Wonder's in his car. I used to be selling incense, so I had some incense. And anytime I run into famous people, I have them sign my incense. My children's mama, they probably, man, they don't keep this valuable stuff. So I went up to the car. He had the window down. I was like, Stevie Wonder, man, it's good to meet you, man. Would you sign my incense? And when I said sign my incense, I was like, oops. I'm thinking he can't sign no incense. Stevie said, yeah. And I gave him the incense. He took a pen and he felt where the label was at, and he signed like 2 packs of my incense. Then I gave him like 10 packs of incense, 5 packs of incense or something. But he signed my incense. I went over and told my queen, Stevie wanted to sign my incense. I had incense signed by a whole bunch of celebrities. Black people don't know what's valuable. And I ain't no telling what she did with the incense. He signed my incense, you know what I mean? It tripped me out, because when I said, would you sign it, I felt bad, like, oh man, why am I asking this blind man to sign some incense? He said, yeah. And I put him in a limousine and he signed them. He blind because he felt where the label was at, and then he signed it. He definitely blind because he couldn't see. He definitely couldn't see because he had to feel it, and he felt where it was at, and then he wrote. You know, he'd been going to Braille school. He was rich, so he had the best people to teach you when you're blind how to move around. So that's why people say he wasn't blind, but he had the best teachers to teach you how to maneuver when you're blind. He signed 2 packs of incense. I wish I had all my incense. I had all kind of people sign them incense. I had all kind of people sign them incense, man. Stevie was cool. I met him at the vegan restaurant. This way back in the 80s in LA. And that brother had a vegan restaurant, and all the top models, all the top Hollywood females, they would all be in there eating because they had to watch their figure. A lot of them be like, I didn't eat number 2 apples today. Now I'm going to come in and have this. When I eat this all I'm going to eat all day. All the finest models, all the top actors, they all was plant-based. This is back in like 80, 88, 87, 88. all the top models, all the Hollywood people that have to look good, they was all plant-based. The top ones. The finest women in Hollywood, they would be in there eating. And it was very, very friendly. I had a queen already. You know how many models tried to get with me? But I was already loyal to my children's mother, so, you know what I mean? Like them famous women and stuff like that, they real easy to pull. If you young and you handsome, they don't care, they going. Facts. LA was something else back then. I used to just come home and just have a pocket full of phone numbers because they'd be like, what's your name? They're like, my name is Ramesses. They're like, oh, hi, Ramesses. Would you like to get my number? We can hook up. Yeah. They would just give me their numbers. It was different in Chicago. I would go home and just throw them in the garbage. I can't call them. I'm already in a relationship. Some stars. Ooh. It was way different in Chicago. Stevie was cool. But one time Stevie was at Peter Tosh concert drunk and the Rastas had to go off on him. He all drunk. They're like, Stevie, man, Stevie, you foul man. Man, how you blind and y'all drunk? Boy, they was dissing Stevie. He was all drunk at the show. That was the same show where Rick James went off on me. Rick James went off on me on one show. And Stevie was at that show drunk, Peter Tosh. Everybody would come to see Peter Tosh because Bob Marley had died. So he was like the next whaler. So right after Bob Marley died in the mid 80s, in the 80s, Peter Tosh was bigger than life. He was the man. And he had did tours with the Rolling Stones on that, so Peter Tosh was huge. And Rick James was at the Peter Tosh show. And he was mad. He was mad because it was me, my queen, and my queen's daughter. And Rick James walked up to us and asked my stepdaughter, said, you know who I am? And she said, And he got mad and he walked off. But I didn't know he was that mad. So later, I bumped into him upstairs at the concert, and he had that record, Hollywood, that switches to reggae. So I was like, Rick, man, I really like that song. You got Hollywood where you switch from an R&B and you go into reggae. And he like, F some reggae, he told me. And this security guy, big bald-head dude, ran up on me. I said, this dude crazy. I played him off, you know what I'm saying? I didn't take him serious, you know what I mean? I just said, this dude crazy. I thought he was crazy because, bro, this is a concert full of rosters. You and your security guard, bruh, I could have pressed the line. It would have went bad, bro. Rick, you in a club full of militant rosters. My whole squad in here, boy. But it was funny to me. I'm like, Rick James, crazy. I thought it was funny. I said, hey, Rick, man, you know, I like the way you do reggae. You should do some more reggae. He like, F some reggae. Boy, that shit was funny. His security guard turned around. I was like, man, you tripping. It didn't bother me, though, because he was crazy. He went off on me because my stepdaughter didn't recognize him. He was still mad. He was mad because he walked up on me, my queen, and my stepdaughter. She was young with dreadlocks. And he walked up on her. And he said, you know me? And she said, no. And he was pissed when she said no. I didn't know he was that pissed. I just seen him walk off. I didn't know he was mad, though. So when I went over there, he was mad. He was big mad. I wasn't going to do nothing to him because he wasn't no threat or nothing. You know what I'm saying? He just tripping. You know, Rastas, we was pro-black, so we ain't finna, you know what I'm saying? We ain't finna get into it with Rick James, you know what I mean? It was funny. Here she go right here, the one on the all the way on your right. That's Kiara. That's my two daughters on the left. Well, that's my daughter on my knee, my oldest daughter, and that's her sister. That ain't really mine. And that's my daughter on my knee, and that's my oldest son on my other knee. And then this is my stepdaughter with the dreadlocks with the head wrap on. Nah, he was just tripping. He can't press me in there with all them rosters. Know what I'm saying? He could, we was militant, so it wasn't serious like that. We was black militants, so we not looking at Rick Ross as no enemy or nothing like that. So it wasn't even serious. I didn't look at it as serious. I just looked at it as Rick Ross crazy. Rick James crazy. I didn't look at it as it didn't really. It was funny, really, to be honest with you. But this the young lady on your right that he asked, "I'm Rick James, you know me?" And she said, "No. I met Charlie Murphy. I don't think I had no dreadlocks yet, or I might have just been growing them. And me and my brother, I went to high school, the one I went to Hawaii with, we haven't left Chicago yet. We went downtown to a Halloween party. So when we get down to this fancy hotel where the Halloween party is up on the top floor, when the elevator come down, everybody get out the elevator. Me and my brother get on the elevator, and this dude walks on the elevator with his face wrapped up and a karate suit on, breathing hard. So before the doors closed, I stepped off, but my boy didn't. So my boy is trapped in his elevator with this crazy dude breathing hard. I forgot it's Halloween. So I'm standing right, and I'm pushing the bell for it to come back down to find my boy. So when it come back down, my boy is in the elevator with this crazy dude that got his face wrapped with a black shirt and a karate outfit on. So we get on the elevator, and the elevator going up and down, and this guy's on the elevator, and he's scaring the Europeans to get on the elevator. Every time they would get on the elevator closed, he would breathe hard. And then he would punch the door, and he put dents in the metal door. So one time we going up and down, he said, "I'm Eddie Murphy's brother," right? So years later, when I get to California, Eddie got another brother that was a rapper. So when I seen the brother that was a rapper, I'm like, that dude probably was lying, because this dude is smaller than the guy in the thing. So that ain't no Eddie Murphy brother. I didn't know about Charlie. So years later, I was watching Dave Chappelle, and Charlie Murphy was on there, and he did a karate kick. And I was like, that's dude that was on the elevator. I got to see Charlie Murphy to tell Charlie Murphy that story. Is Charlie Murphy still alive? Oh, he passed. He passed. Man, I met Charlie Murphy, right? I met Charlie Murphy, and I didn't even know. And I was like, when he said he was Eddie's brother, I didn't know Eddie had two brothers. I didn't know Eddie had any brothers. When I got to LA, one of Eddie's brothers was in a rap group. I forgot the name of the rap group. Let me look up the rap group. He was in a rap group called K9 Posse, right? Canine Posse. That's how y'all know I don't be lying. I don't be lying. Eddie brother was in a group called Canine Posse. That was Eddie Murphy's brother. So when I seen Canine Posse in LA, I'm like, that ain't dude was on the elevator. So I blew it off. I'm like, that dude on the elevator was probably lying. Because I didn't know Eddie had no brothers really till I got to LA and they said this dude was Eddie's brother. Right? At the Canine Posse. So it wasn't until I was watching Dave Chappelle and I found out Eddie got another brother. And when I watched Charlie Murphy, because also in the elevator, he told us he had just got back from the military. He was in some kind of special unit too. He like, I just got back. I forgot what he said. Like, I just got back from the military. I swear to God, man, Charlie Murphy was a master at martial arts. We in the elevator and he punched the steel doors and put dent in them with his hands. Charlie Murphy was a dangerous dude, for real. But he had his face wrapped up. But he told us, I left a part out. So when the elevator closed and him and my friend went up and it came back down, him and my friend was in there. My friend was smiling, so I got on. So when I got on, Charlie put his hands out. And he asked me, he said, what color is my hand? And I said, they brown. He said, I'm a black man, right? I said, yeah. You know what he said? He said, when you see my hands, you shouldn't have never been scared of me. That's what he told me. Hey, I got to write this in my book. I forgot this story. Charlie Murphy told me, he said, look at my hands. Because he said, I couldn't see his face. He had a black shirt wrapped on his face like a ninja. Man, he punched solid steel door and dented it. Real talk. Charlie Murphy was dangerous. He said he had just got out the military. I never forget, he put his hands out. He said, you see my hands? What color is my hands? Brown. He said, I'm a black man, right? Or something like that. I said, yeah. He said, when you see my hands, you should have never been afraid. And he was going up and down, scaring the Europeans getting on the elevator. Yeah, and we rode up and down with him a couple of times. We rode up and down with him a couple of times, but the last time we came down, he had scared a bunch of people in there, and somebody had reported him. So when we walked out, police was there and guards with guns. And the whites got off, and Charlie got off, and he was standing there, and the security was surrounding him, and they had sticks and guns. And me and my friend, we left. It was like a standoff. Oh, yeah, man, I forgot that. Man, I got to put that in the book. Man, the last time we came down and the elevator opened, the whites were so scared, and there was some police there. And they upped their guns, and they told them, come out. And Charlie Murphy walked out like this. It was crazy. It was crazy. I didn't know it was Charlie Murphy. We left. We thought just some crazy dude, like this dude finna try to do karate to the police with guns. I don't know what happened after that. Man, hold on. I got to write this down because I got to put this in the book. I forgot about that. I forgot about the Charlie Murphy story. I'm glad I'm talking to y'all. Man, that fool got off the elevator and got in a karate stance. So you can see how hard it is for me to write this book because I got some stories. I'm trying to remember them all because I don't want to put the book out and say, man, I should have told them that. Because I'm trying to not only stay with the principles of the book. I'm trying to tell all the good stories. But mind you, we don't know Eddie Murphy got no brother because he said he had just got back. He was in a special unit in the military. He was like, I'm in a special, and I swear to God, man, when the elevator closed and them whites was on there, he hit the elevator door like, boom, 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 and it dented it. Solid steel doors. He put dents in it. I'm like, oh, but we enjoying it now because he had already told us we safe. He had already said, look at my hands, we safe. So we riding up and down enjoying it until it got to the bottom floor the last time, and the police were there like this, get off. And that fool walked out like this with that black thing tied on his face with the karate suit on. Hey, look, let me take a break and I'm going to finish. What's crazy is we was going to a Halloween party, right? We know we're going to a Halloween party, but when we got in the elevator and he got in there with his face wrapped up, breathing hard, I forgot it was Halloween. So when I stepped off, I looked back thinking my boy gonna get off with me, and the door closed with him in there. So I'm panicking. I'm like, oh my God, my boy in there with the crazy man. But then when the elevator went to the top floor, that's when I realized, oh, it's Halloween. So when it came back down, my boy was in there with the crazy man laughing. So I got in, and that's when Charlie Murphy, I didn't know it was Charlie Murphy, showed me his hands and said, you see my hands? You shouldn't have been scared. And then he like, I'm Eddie Murphy's brother. I just got back from the military. And he was going up and down scaring Europeans for Halloween. Hold on. The Dave Chappelle show. Hold on. The Dave Chappelle show started 2003. And I seen the crazy man in 19. This had to be 1977 or 78. So 77, 87, 97, 98, 99, 2000, 2001, 2002, 2000. So it's like 26 years later, right? I'm watching TV and realize that's the dude. Because I had gave up when I seen Eddie Murphy, other brother, he was short. He wasn't dude on it. I'm like, I started thinking the dude on the elevator was lying. That ain't Eddie Murphy, brother, because back then we didn't have Google and shit. We didn't have Google, so there's no way to find out who Eddie Murphy brothers is. And then when I seen the Dave Chappelle show, it still didn't hit me. This the dude on the elevator until one day he did a karate move and a kick. And I said, oh, that's the Eddie Murphy brother that was on the elevator. I know for a fact it was Charlie Murphy. For a fact, that was crazy Charlie Murphy on that elevator. Yeah, he was definitely that man because he put dents in the solid door. Them people were scared because when the whites would get in there and the door would close, he would hit the door and dent the door. Then he would go. Same thing he did to us. He would be making his noise. He had a black silk shirt tied around his face and a ninja outfit on. And he was really that. Like he was really, Charlie Murphy is really that with the hands, for real. And even when I seen it was Eddie Murphy's brother, I didn't think about that incident until in one of the skits he did, and I said, that's dude. That's Charlie. And like I went on social media to try to say Charlie, I tried to hit him up on social media like Charlie hit me up. I got a story I got to tell you. Because he remember, because it ended with the police out. And I would like to ask, what happened when the police, because we left. We was shorties. We was young. We were 19? We just out of high school. We going downtown to a party, try to talk to some girls at a Halloween party. We like 19. I might have been 20. I might have been just starting to grow my dreadlocks, maybe. You know what I'm saying? It's 79. Probably 79. I got high school in 76. It's probably 79, 78 or 79. No, it's probably 77 or 78. It ain't 79. It's 77 or 78. Probably 77. Because once you start getting to 78, 79, I'm in a relationship. I ain't even run around my boy like that. So we run around. We straight out of high school. So it's probably we got high school in 76. It's probably 1977. You know what I'm saying? Man, he putting dents in elevators doors. Man, he had them white people scared to death. And the last time we went down, opened it, the police was like, freeze. And that fool walked out the elevator and got into his stance with like 3 police. Well, we walked out and left. Oh, it's time to go. This dude is really crazy. So we didn't even get a chance to enjoy the Halloween party because when we went upstairs, and before we can get out, some white people got in there and the door closed. He was scaring them. So we was riding around watching them scare. We was watching them scare people up and down the elevator. It was tripping us out. Because we wasn't scared of them no more because he said, well, anytime y'all see my hands, he told me, you should have never been scared. That's what he told me. He got on my case for getting out the elevator. Real talk. He said, brother, look at my hands. You see I'm a black man. He said, you should have never been scared. You're not never supposed to be scared of me, whether you can see my face or not. That was a serious lesson. Charlie Murphy was the man. Imagine experiencing that and you 19. You know what I'm saying? I'm a kid, basically. Now I got stories. I got stories. I got stories. I got to put all that stuff in the book. I got to put everything in the book because I want people to experience all them stories along with the book. Let me write it down. I got to tell about the time I met George Clinton Bootsy too. But to get back to the conversation, for those y'all come in late, I'm happy for Kendrick. You know what I'm saying? I ain't the type of person I hate on no brother. I wish him the most success. I heard that song Reincarnated on the Tupac beat. That's fire. Whew. I didn't know he was that good. Like, bro is really good. Like, he's really good. I wish he would use that voice more. I don't like the Keebler F voice. I don't like that voice. I don't like that voice. He need to use the voice. He need to come with the man voice and leave that little elf voice alone. I don't like that voice. That voice is killing his. It's like you can't tell how good he is with that voice. He need to use the voice he used on Reincarnated. When I heard that, I was like, okay, shorty, really that. Kendrick is really that. I'm glad I heard that song because I really wasn't checking for it. Because I just know him from Pool Full of Liquor and stuff like that. And I ain't really like him right away because he had did Pool Full of Liquor. And he came to Chicago to the radio station. At that time, we was pushing 420 music. And he got on the radio station talking against 420 stuff. And I'm like, well, bro, you was selling alcohol. You know what I'm saying? So I never liked him right then. I don't like this dude. This dude pushing alcohol, then he going to come and speak against the green. And I'm like, this dude is a sellout. So I never liked him from that day when he made Pool Full of Liquor. He came to Chicago and talked against that because that's what we was pushing. We was pushing the 420 movement. And this dude spoke against the 420 movement, and to me, he was a hypocrite. Bro, you pushing Smirnoff and all that, but then you hating on the herb, like, bro. So I ain't like him. So I just didn't like him. From that point on, I ain't like dude. I didn't like him. Because he was speaking against what we was on. We was standing on that. You know what I'm saying? I ain't like him. You know what I mean? But, I let him slide with that. But I'm going to tell him when I meet him, I'll say, bro, you came to Chicago speaking against the whole thing. But then you say you repping Cali. And guess what Cali is, bro? How you repping Cali and you going against 420? 420 started in Cali with some dudes that met after school every day at 420. So how you in Cali, you all in Cali, but you're against 420, and 420 started in Cali. Cali is the stronghold for the whole 420 whole thing, bro. What? Rest in peace to Eddie Lapp. Yeah, rest in peace to Eddie Lapp. You know what I'm saying? I used to be out there with the leaders of that whole movement. You know what I mean? Keep striving, all of that. Jack Hur. Rest in peace to Jack Hur. Eddie Luck. Keep Strive, all of them. They left me in charge of that. Them was the OGs of that movement. You know what I'm saying? On my soul. I kid you not. Them was the OGs of the movement. And I was holding it down for Black Americans. You know what I'm saying? And I was making sure wasn't nobody going to disrespect, Black Americans. I didn't care if they was OGs or whatever. I don't care nothing about that. You're going to respect us, though. Don't try to play us to the curb. I've been in a lot of wars and a lot of battles standing up for foundational Black Americans, making sure people don't play with us. Man, don't play with us. You know what I'm saying? So I was standing on business with them leaders of that movement too. Make no mistake about that. I was taking the young brothers around all the bosses of that whole situation. You know what I'm saying? Them facts, boy. I'll take it. There go Jack Hur right there with the guys straight from Chicago. There go Jack Hur. If you know anything about Jack Hur, you know who that is. Know what I'm saying? Real talk. Here go Jack and Eddie at a different event. There go Eddie Lupp in the green. Rest in peace to Eddie Lupp. Rest in peace to Jack Hur. You know what I'm saying? Real talk. I was really outside like that. You know what I'm saying? Them was the founders of the thing. I'm next in charge. They all passed away. I'm the OG of that now. There go Eddie Lupp right there. Right? We was out in Cali. You know what I'm saying? We was out in Cali on that one. You know what I'm saying? I was outside for real. Make no mistake about it. You know what I'm saying? That's when we shot the magazine cover out there in Cali. This way back when things wasn't even legal like that. When I took the guys out there to shoot the cover. You know what I'm saying? I had to stand on business and make sure nobody played with the youngins, you know what I'm saying? I wouldn't let nobody play with the guys when we was traveling around this country. I wasn't tolerating none of that. Rest in peace to Big Lou, he passed away. You understand? I'm definitely gonna be watching the Super Bowl though. Super Bowl gonna be off the chain. Now, we done already did 2.5 hours. We might as well do some question and answers and make this a long one. So anybody got some questions, we could do some questions and answers. It's 124 people over here. Hit the like button, share, subscribe. You know what I'm saying? Support the channel, make a donation to the channel. And let's go ahead and do some question and answer. We don't gotta stay on subject. We unorthodox over here. You know what I'm saying? We unorthodox over here. We don't go by no rules or nothing. We be all over the place. So when you come over here and you watch, welcome to the party, because we might be talking about anything. But yeah, we got some questions and answers. Let's do some questions and answers. Y'all got some questions? Let's make it happen. Anything y'all want to know about, anything y'all want to question about, anything y'all want to talk about, we could do it. We ain't got to start another live. We could do it right on this live. You know what I'm saying? So hit me with some questions. Make sure you support the channel. You know what I'm saying? You're doing it big. But yeah, I got a lot of respect for Kendrick, especially when I heard that Reincarnated song. Man, that boy fire. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna hate on dude no more. You know what I'm saying? What is the Ethiopian Bible written first? Oh, so you mean was the Ethiopian Bible written first? Is that what you asking? The Ethiopian Bible, okay, the books that's coming out of Ethiopia, right? The books that's coming out of Ethiopia, Okay, the books that's coming out of Ethiopia are the ancient books because, okay, right? I'm explaining how that happened. All right. So the reason Ethiopia is so popular when it comes to that is because the first known disciple was an Ethiopian, right? And so the disciples with Christ, they ran into this Ethiopian, right? He was a eunuch, right? That's in the Bible. So he was a eunuch. So when he ran into the disciples, this was the first one. When Christ put the disciples together, they were supposed to go out and they were supposed to teach other people the word. And the first person that they met and taught was this Ethiopian eunuch. And he went back to Ethiopia and he told Candace, right, about what he learned, right? And then she made her whole kingdom follow the teachings of Christ through Philip the evangelist. You see what I'm saying? So that's that's what put Ethiopia in the game. But mind you, Egypt was already there because the first Christianity, Reverend Tim, actually, the teachings of Christ actually started in Ethiopia. I mean, in Egypt. So when the king said, kill the firstborn, and Mary fled to Egypt, the little boy Christ already was teaching his teachings to the elders, right? So, right? So, right? So when they fled to Egypt. See, according to the Bible, Jesus, Mary, and Joseph fled to Egypt to escape Herod the Great. Okay? Okay? Right? And so there was a time where they said, okay, there was a time where, if you know the story, there was a time where she was in Egypt and he was missing. And when she went and found him, he was teaching he had a bunch of elders around him teaching him. So a lot of experts say that what the little boy was teaching them, they started practicing it right away and they formed the secret society of what you would call Christianity there, the mystery schools for that there. Okay? So they say that started there. So you had that in either Ethiopia and in Egypt. Okay? What you call the Orthodox, right? So you got Christ when Mary and Joseph flee to Egypt and he was teaching and they kept practicing. And then you got Candace where the disciples had taught the Ethiopian eunuch and he went back and she turned her whole kingdom to the teachings of Christ, which wasn't Christianity yet. The Romans are one named it that, but it was just the teaching of Christ, which they don't teach the teachings of Christ. That's a whole nother story. Right? But then you also then after that, or before that, before any of that, you had the Solomonic legend. And the Solomonic legend was about when the Queen of Sheba went to visit Solomon and had a baby named Menelik. And Menelik, when he grew up, he went to Israel and he stole the Ark of the Covenant and took it to Ethiopia. So the first connection with Ethiopia goes all the way back to Solomon getting Sheba pregnant with Menelik, and Menelik going back and taking the Ark of the Covenant to Ethiopia. Then the second experience is when Mary and Joseph ran to Egypt, running from the king, and Christ was there teaching. And then the third example was when the disciples taught the Ethiopian and he took the knowledge to Ethiopia. So East Africa had the knowledge from way back. Now, according to a lot of experts say that Christ was not born in a manger in Bethlehem, that Christ was born in a cave in Egypt. This is what they say. That they changed the story. That the original story was Christ was born in a cave in Egypt. And then they brought the baby to Bethlehem and Jerusalem and all that. And then when the king threatened to kill the firstborn, they went back to Egypt. And so this is why East Africa was always the stronghold for everything. Because if you go and you look at the Bible, you will see that Ethiopia is mentioned right away in the first book of the Bible. You understand? So in the first book of the Bible, Ethiopia is mentioned. Okay? Right? So they don't want to teach y'all that because they don't want to, but you can see right here, the land of Cush or modern day Ethiopia is mentioned 37 times in the Old Testament and once in the New Testament in Acts 8. The first mention of Ethiopia / Cush in the Bible is found in Genesis chapter 2, verse 13. The name of the second river is the Gihon. It is the one that flowed around the whole land of Cush, of Ethiopia. From this, we can surmise that Ethiopia has been around since creation. So when you look at the The second chapter in the Bible mentions Ethiopia in the dough. In the dough, the first chapter in the Bible mentions Ethiopia. So they don't want to, they ain't trying to promote that, but that's just a fact. That's what it is. You understand? So you can see right here. And the name of the second river is Gihon, the same as that compasses the whole land of Ethiopia, Genesis 2:13. And this is right in the beginning of the Bible. So all that's been taken out, Reverend Tim. You know what I'm saying? All that's been taken out to distance everything. And then if you look between the New Testament and the Old Testament, after the Old Testament, and you see where they was warned with the Philistines and the Greeks and the Romans and all of them. That's when the Ethiopians, the Hebrew Israelites and the Egyptians, the blacks, got together to fight against the European invasion, and they pushed them down into Ethiopia. Ethiopia was the stronghold where they couldn't be defeated. They took all of that out. You got to get like the Apocrypha to read the parts of the Bible they took out, where the Old Testament ends and the New Testament. There's a part in there where all these black different groups was fighting together. The Ethiopians, the black Hebrew Israelites, and the Egyptians was all fighting against the European invasion. Because what they don't tell you is when you read about Christ, when you read the New Testament, you're reading the invasion of North Africa, basically. So they're not telling you that, but you're reading about the occupation of the Romans coming south. Because if they was Romans, what was they doing in Israel? They was on their way further south in the invasion of all them black lands in Israel, Ethiopia, and Egypt. They was able to get in Egypt, but they was never able to conquer Ethiopia. So that's why I tell people the New Testament shows you the movement of the European South. But they don't want to tell you that's what you're looking at. When you read the New Testament, you're looking at the Romans coming down persecuting people south. They not in Rome. Why they ain't in Rome? What are they doing in Israel? Persecuting people on their move to Africa. So the New Testament is showing you the Europeans coming south. They don't want to tell you that's what you're looking at, Reverend Tim. Anybody got some other questions? That's the mysteries of that they don't want to tell you, that you really read the invasion. You're reading about the armies coming north from Europe, coming down. And Christ was caught up in an invasion. What's going on, New Breed? So they don't want to tell you that. That's why they want to make it all mystical and stuff. They don't want to tell you that. What you read about Christ in the New Testament, that's historically the same thing you read when you read the destruction of black civilization. They're showing you the European conquest coming south. Think about it. What was the Romans doing down there? It was invading. So from the end of the Old Testament to the beginning of the New Testament shows you that the Europeans moving south. That's what you're looking at. And on their quest to move south, the laws of Mayat. The laws of Mayat was never for citizens. The laws of Mayat was only for rulers So the laws of Mayat are governing laws. They're not laws like the Ten Commandments. The Ten Commandments is for the citizens. The laws of Mayat is for the rulers. So the laws of Mayat are things like don't pollute the oceans, don't pollute the rivers, don't destroy the animals, don't destroy the forests. That's the laws of Mayat. That's the laws that the United States government, Russia, China, they're supposed to be under the laws of Mayat. The rulers, the laws of Mayat just tell you how to govern in relationship with the planet. That's only for the rulers. Presidents and kings and queens are under the law of Mayat. The people are under the laws of the Ten Commandments. The Ten Commandments is the basic rules that all laws are supposed to be built off of the Ten Commandments. Thou don't kill. You can't steal. Look at America. If you kill, what? Get a murder case. You steal, you go to prison. All of that is the Ten Commandments. Thou shalt not steal. Thou shalt not kill. You should be messing with nobody's wife or husband. You shouldn't steal nobody's ox or car or go. Just look at it. So the Ten Commandments is for the residents, right? And the laws of Mayat is for the rulers. Like people like me, if I rule, that tell me don't pollute the oceans. Don't cut down all the trees, destroy the forests, stuff like that. So the laws of Mayat is not for the citizens, it's for the rulers. The Ten Commandments it's not a religious law. It was a law for mankind that all justice system was supposed to be based off of that. Thou shalt not kill. Thou shalt not steal. Thou shalt not commit adultery. Just basic laws. Has nothing to do with religion. These are governing laws. So when you look at all these people in these weirdo religions, they just hijack basic knowledge and claimed it for their religion. That's all. Because if you look at the Hebrew Israelites, that's not no big deal. You know what I'm saying? That's not no big deal when you look at the Hebrew Israelites. The Hebrew Israelites are misteaching. And you got Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Jacob was told to go and circumcise himself to separate himself from the animals, and he was supposed to spread that information about circumcising himself and separating yourself from the animals, which everybody that do that would be under the same as Jacob. It wouldn't be because you say you know Hebrew or you following. No, the only way you could be under Jacob is through being circumcised. Go back and look at what the angel told him to do to be special. He told him to get circumcised. And circumcision is Hebrew Israelite teachings, but not as a Hebrew, as a human. So Hebrew Israelites is teaching y'all the wrong information. You wasn't supposed to pass no teachings of Hebrew Israelite. You were supposed to pass the practice of circumcision. And so when Jacob and them, when the children of Israel came down and said it was Joseph, and Joseph was in Egypt, the only way Joseph proved he was really Joseph is they took him in the back and he showed them himself. And when they seen he was circumcised, that's how they knew that was really Joseph. Not because of no religious teaching or calling yourself no Hebrew Israelites, no such thing. That has nothing to do with nothing. If you say you a Hebrew Israelite and you ain't circumcised, you're not under Jacob. You can't be under none of that law because all that law is based on circumcision. And circumcision was a practice to separate you from the wild animals. That's it. Hebrew Israelites is teaching y'all nonsense. Every person, because when it said this need to spread like the sands of the sea, that meant circumcision was supposed to spread, not no weirdo Hebrew teachings. Because he was never called Jacob because of no teaching. He was called Jacob based on circumcision. Go look at it. Without circumcision, there is nothing there. That's why he's not connected with Abraham and Isaac. What separates Jacob from Abraham and Isaac? Circumcision. The Most High didn't say nothing. People told you the Most High said that, JR. You got no proof the Most High said nothing because the Most High didn't write the Bible. The first 5 books of the Bible, Moses read it. So how could you say that Most High said it when the Most High didn't write it? The Most High didn't write nothing in the Bible. Somebody said the Most High said that. You could say that. You could say Moses said the Most High said this, but you can't say the Most High said nothing. Which book did the Most High write? None of them. The Most High wrote nothing in the Bible. Which book the Most High wrote? None of them. So that's false teachings, JR. You putting false teachings, false doctrines. False. Moses wrote the first 5 books of the Bible. Was Moses here when Adam and Eve was made? No. So you taking Moses' word for what he said about Adam and Eve. Moses wasn't here with Adam and Eve. If you want to be real, Moses wasn't here. So how Moses know what the beginning was like? Moses wasn't here in the beginning. Moses wrote Genesis, but Moses wasn't here in Genesis 1. Those that really want knowledge, listen to me. Yeah, we're not doing weirdo stuff, JR. Keep your weirdo religion. You know what I mean? Come back tomorrow. Come back tomorrow, JR. Because I'm not going to let you mislead these people with your weirdo stuff, bro. We're not doing none of that. Come back tomorrow. Don't listen to JR. JR don't know what he's talking about. JR brainwashed. You know what I'm saying? Don't listen to JR. JR's brainwashed. Read it for yourself and look at it for yourself. If somebody said the Most High told them nothing, you got no proof that that's true. You're taking a man's word for that the Most High told him this, but you can't say 100% that the Most High really said that. But you can say Daniel said the Most High told him this, but you can't verify that the Most High told him that. You have to say Daniel said the Most High told him this to be accurate. But you have no proof that the Most High told him nothing. The only one knows if the Most High really told him that is Daniel, and Daniel not here. I mean, keep it a billion. So when you get into belief systems and stuff, that's all it is, a belief system. But there's no facts to that. This is all hearsay. You know what I'm saying? Let's just keep it real. You know it's phony because God don't talk to nobody no more. You ever hear how people keep saying God did all this, but all of a sudden God ain't doing nothing? Why God ain't doing nothing now? God just stopped after Revelation? It's a good question. God did all this stuff. He had all these holy men. Where they at now? Show me a Isaiah. Show me a Daniel today. Show me an Isaiah today. Show me a John that wrote Revelations today. I'm waiting. So they just stopped making them. The only ones existed is, see, think about it. There ain't no more people like that all of a sudden. The only ones you got to read all the way back in the Bible, but ain't none today. So God just stopped making Daniels and Isaiahs and Ezekiel's and Job's. Ain't no more. Think about it. Ain't no more. God just stopped making them. Make it make some sense. They just don't exist. You got to read the Bible. They don't make them. He just stopped making them. Ain't no more holy people. Which ones you think we got today as far as holy people? That's my point. Good question. You tell me. If you read the New Testament, you'll see that all Christ was doing was correcting them for false teachings. Facts. If you look at the New Testament, Christ was telling them everything they was teaching was trash. Where's the Bible scholars? If you read the New Testament, they were saying the law of Moses say this, the law of Moses say that, the law of Moses say that. Christ was like, no, no, no. They was like, on the Sabbath, you ain't supposed to do no work. Christ said, if your cow fall in the hole on the Sabbath, get him out. They was like, that was blasphemy. You're supposed to leave him in there because it's the Sabbath. And think about it. They kept listening. Let me show you something. Let me show you one of the most interesting things in the Bible. Watch this. Let me show you one of the most interesting things in the Bible. Look. Check this out. Now just think. When Christ was here, they kept telling Christ, the law of Moses say this, the law of Moses say that, the law of Moses say this, the law of Moses say that, right? Right? They kept telling Christ he didn't know what he was talking about because the law of Moses say this, right? Now think about this. Imagine Christ and they constantly telling Christ about the law of Moses, right? But Christ what? Met who? They telling Christ about the laws of Moses. And who did Christ met? Jesus, Peter, James, and John were present at the Transfiguration. The Transfiguration in the New Testament event where Jesus is transfigured on a mountain and Moses and Elijah appeared. So now think about that. They telling Christ what Moses said, but Christ met Moses. What y'all think about that? What y'all think about them telling Christ that Moses said we should do this and Moses said we do that, but Christ met with Moses and Elijah? What y'all think about that? Hey, what y'all think? Hey, Reverend Till, they constantly telling Christ about what Moses said, but Christ went and talked to Moses and Elijah. So how could you tell him what Moses said? Now, you know Moses telling Christ, I ain't said none of that, bro. That is one of the most, tell me that's not way out. That is one of the most interesting things nobody talks about. Nobody talks about that. Nobody. No preachers in no preachers in no church. Nobody talks about that. Nobody. No preacher talks about the transfiguration. What y'all think about that? They just talking crazy to Christ. They didn't even know who they was talking to. Reverend Tim. They had no idea who they was even talking to. They was just talking. Because they had took these ideas and they had manipulated these ideas. So they took these ideas and they manipulated these ideas and made these ideas what they wanted them to make up, and was just making up stuff so they could do just like the church do today, manipulate the people with false ideologies and false teachings. That's all they was doing, Reverend Tim. All they was doing was misrepresenting the people. That's all they was doing, bro. With false information. That's it. None of the information that they were saying was valid. And they was using it just like they do today to make themselves the smartest, to make themselves special, right? To make themselves be the religious hierarchy. Gonna tell you what a Hebrew's supposed to do or what a Muslim's supposed to do, and they talk on behalf of God and got no proof that God told them to even talk. They just talking. That's what's going on, bro. I'm telling you straight up. That's all going on, bro. Tim, that's all going on. There's a manipulation of what was really going on because they don't, when you go to church, them people don't read the Bible. They sing songs all day. They don't read no Bible in church. They jump around in it, but they don't consistently read no Bible. There's not a church in this country that actually reads and studies the Bible. The preacher just be up there talking so he can raise money, basically. That's how he be doing. He's up there clowning and talking. He don't really, because nobody wants to hear the facts of it, because the facts of it is not interesting. You know what I'm saying? The facts is not interesting. What's interesting is if you can make people think, that you got to do all this stuff to be in God's favor. And then if you got to do all this stuff to be in God's favor, then you got to pay me for helping you be in God's favor. So you got to put some money in a collection plate. Basically, they saying whatever they could do to collect money. But they never talk about this. No preacher talks about the transfiguration and the hypocrisy of the time of Christ when they kept telling Christ that he was wrong because he should follow the laws of Moses. That's one reason they wanted to crucify him. That's one reason they had Hebrew Israelites, so-called, saying that Christ was a false prophet and he was blaspheming God, because they were saying Christ was going against the laws of Moses. But Christ actually met Moses and Elijah, which no preacher talks about. I'm the only one I know that talks about the transfiguration. Nobody I know talks about it. Not that I know. The transfiguration is a quiet conversation nobody wants to have because the preachers ain't qualified to speak on it. Because if you read about the transfiguration and you read about everything was going on, you'll see what was really happening. How could you tell Christ what to say when he already met Moses? So how you going to say, well, the laws of Moses say we got to obey by the Sabbath? Well, why Moses didn't tell Christ that? Don't you think Moses could have told Christ he didn't know what he was doing? So the Transfiguration show you there's not supposed to be no difference between the Old Testament and the New Testament. But Christians and Romans, they made the difference between the Old Testament and New Testament for the benefits of misleading you, but trying to make you think that the New Testament is different than the Old Testament. Well, if the New Testament is different than the Old Testament, why was Elijah and Moses there with Christ? That means they was on the same type of time. Basically. Because people take religions and just make up stuff. They just make up anything. Religion just be a whole bunch of nonsense. Religion is never beneficial. Not Islam, not Christianity, not Buddhism. None of that stuff is really beneficial. Because for one, if there's a God, it's only going to be one. So why y'all got all these different religions? Not only do you got a lot of different religions, each religion got a bunch of different groups. So you're not just godly people, you Christian, Muslims, and all this, and then you ain't even Christians. You Baptists, Methodists, Episcopalian, Mormons, you all this weirdo stuff. You know, you don't even got no unity under that. What do people mean by living under the Babylon system? They mean you live under a system where you go to work and you give Babylon your money. You pay Babylon when you go by the Babylon laws, whatever they tell you to do. When you go get your property, Babylon tell you you owe them for the property, you owe taxes. They make up how much taxes you owe. They make up the laws for you. Babylon mean that you better go and you better get that new ID, because if you don't get that new ID, you can't get on the plane. So they got a new ID you got to get, I think, before March or May, maybe May. And if you don't get what Babylon tell you, you can't get on their plane. You can't get on their plane. Babylon tell you, we don't accept cash. You got to use debit or credit. Babylon tell you what to eat, when to eat it, where to go, where not to go, what you got to have on your car to drive it, all of that. Let's look at your car. I get my car, it's in Illinois. I pay Illinois for a license plate. Once I pay Illinois for a license plate, why should I have to pay for parking anywhere in Illinois on the street? I got an Illinois license plate. Why should I have to buy a Chicago city sticker? I have an Illinois license plate and Chicago is in Illinois. Once I buy an Illinois license plate, my car should be good anywhere in Illinois. What do I need a Chicago sticker for? So I got to pay Illinois for an Illinois plate, then Chicago for a Chicago sticker. Why? Why can't I pay Illinois and Illinois give Chicago some of that money? Since Chicago making all the money for Illinois, because it's the Babylon system and they just robbing us. How can I be parked illegally because I don't pay a parking meter when I got an Illinois license plate? I should be able to park on any legal street unless it's a fire hydrant or a reason you can't park there. Why am I paying for parking? What is the Illinois license plate for? They say, well, it's so I could drive down the street. Well, why I got to have a registration sticker on it? Why I got to have a city sticker? Why do I need all these stickers and plates? Why? Because it's the Babylon system. And the Babylon system, if they tell you your baby got to have a shot to go to school, then your baby got to have a shot to go to school, and it ain't nothing you could do about it. You got no say so. You can't check out the shot. You can't do your own scientific research on what they shooting up in your baby or nothing. You just got to do what they tell you. Period. And then when they make a mistake, they say, oops. They say, oops. Like with the diphtheria shot, and people had all type of stuff happen. My mother tried to get me to get that. Like when they took tonsils out. My mother tried to get me my tonsils out. And then 5 years later, they said, oh, don't take your tonsils out. Because without your tonsils, your body not going to give you a warning. The tonsils don't make you sick. The tonsils let you know you're sick. Bad. But did they go pay all the people that they told to take their tonsils out? No, you just cut your tonsils out. Now when you get sick, you don't get no warning sign. Your tonsils ain't going to get sore. By the time you find out you're sick, it's going to be even worse. So they can make a mistake and just say, oops. And that's just it. And you got to do whatever they tell you. Period. They can raise their taxes when they want to. They can make up any kind of laws they want to. They can be all in your business. It's a Babylon system. It's straight Babylon. And it's only to benefit those in the system at the top, to make sure the rich get richer and everybody else stay under. It's Babylon ideologies and principles and everything. The whole thing is set up like that. Basically. They got TV shows called Babylon 6. How they know this was the sixth Babylon? Think about it. They had Babylon 6. Think that was the name of it, right? Did they have a TV show called Babylon 6? Oh, Babylon 5. I think it was called. Now answer me this. Who told them this was the fifth Babylon? Think about it. What made them make a show nowadays and call it Babylon 5? How they know this Babylon 5? Why it ain't Babylon 4? Why it ain't Babylon 9? What knowledge did they have to name the show Babylon 6? Think about it. How they know this the fifth Babylon? Think about it. Because the first Babylon was Egypt. When Egypt fell, Egypt was the first Babylon. So how they know this Babylon 5? Now, how did Egypt become the first Babylon? Now, remember, Joseph was sold by his brothers, right? And then when Joseph was sold by his brothers, he ended up in Egypt. He ended up high next to the Pharaoh, and the Pharaoh's wife lied and said Joseph tried to talk to him. They threw him in the dungeon. Then the Pharaoh had a vision and couldn't interpret it, and the soldiers said, ask Joseph. Joseph couldn't interpret it. He got Joseph. Joseph told him a famine was coming. He built these silos, saved food. Famine came. Hebrew Israelites come there looking for food. Joseph say, go get your daddy. They find out it's Joseph, right? 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 Now this is the part they leave out. This is the part they leave out. Now, check this out. Now, if you come up under me, and I'm the Pharaoh, and you Joseph, my son gonna know you, my grandson, I'm gonna know you and your people. My son gonna know you and my people. My grandson gonna know you and your people. As you have younger people, all my people gonna know your people, okay? This is a very important part in the Bible they don't explain too. Now look what it says here. It says, now a new king that knew not Joseph. This is Exodus 1:8. This new king means that this ain't one of the people that was originally there. That's what that means, right? So this is how Egypt became Babylon. So now, under this new king, the Egyptians had all this wheat and stuff saved that they was able to everybody come there and eat. So under this new king, they started taxing you to get access to this wheat and stuff, and start taxing your land for you to grow more wheat and stuff and to give animals and whatever to the kingdom to build up what they were saving. So the reason Egypt was Babylon 1 is because after all the Hebrews came there and a new king came, Egypt was the first place took all the land from the people. This was the first time where you didn't own your land, where Egypt could tax you so the land was all theirs. They don't tell y'all this. This is why Egypt was called Babylon, because they end up using their power to have all this wheat and stuff stored and end up taxing the people to be there. And sometimes tax would mean they come take your daughter, they'll take one of your daughters, or they'll come take your cows, or they'll come take your gold, or come take some of your wheat or corn or whatever you got for taxes for the kingdom. So Egypt was the first place, Babylon number 1, that started creating this tax system to rob the people. This is why the Hebrew Israelites left and Moses left with them. But they weren't the only one left. The Ethiopians left. All the people that came there, because the Hebrew Israelites wasn't the only people came there for food. A lot of people came. But when Egypt became Babylon and started taxing everybody and robbing everybody, that's when they had a great exodus. But the Hebrews only tell their exodus, but many other nations left. So that's why Egypt was the first Babylon. And then from that, you got many Babylons, where Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego was at, and many other places. And this ended up being Babylon number 5. I'm sure Rome was one of the Babylons. England probably was one of the Babylons. But this, for some reason, they know. And they said, well, this is Babylon 5. Think about it. How do they know this is the 5th Babylon? Think about it. You feel me? How they know that this is the 5th Babylon? Who told them this is Babylon 5? Think about it. But Egypt is the first Babylon, because Egypt was the first one robbed the people of all their land. But that's not the whole Egypt, because Egypt was righteous. And then Egypt became negative. So you just can't say, well, Egypt was wicked. No, Egypt became wicked. But when the Ptolemies and them started coming down and changed everything, and made it wicked. That's why I say a new Pharaoh that didn't know Joseph, which means this was a foreigner. This was not no Egyptian descendant. This was a foreigner that came down and declared themselves an Egyptian. You understand? This was a fake Egyptian. That called himself an Egyptian and drew himself as an Egyptian. But the whole time, he was a European that went down there and had them draw Egyptian statues of him and stuff. You know what I'm saying? Basically, that's who was down there. That's why I'm telling y'all, by the time you get to the New Testament, it's just further showing you the invasion of Black Africa. That's what the New Testament is. You got to do a lot of studying and a lot of research to know this stuff. And you have to have like an open mind. Like if your mind is closed, you ain't going to be able to know none of this stuff. In order for me to learn stuff, I couldn't have no beliefs. Because if you got a belief, you want to hold on to the belief. So when you read historical information, because you got a belief, you ain't going to flow with the facts of the information. So the only way you can learn the facts of the information, you can't have a belief system. You can't be a Muslim. You can't be a Hebrew Israelite. You can't be nothing. Because once you that, you won't listen to any information. This is how my teacher, P.T.I., taught me. Because he taught me that once you accept any ideology, now you locked in, you can't learn no more. You can't learn no more if you adapt any ideology. So this is Ptolemy. This is the new Pharaoh that knew not Joseph. These type of people. It might not have been him. It might have been the ones before him. Look how he went and had himself drawn like a Pharaoh. From the picture on the left to the picture on the right. Yeah. I try not to think about that, Cassie. You know what I'm saying? I try not to think about it. It's a dirty job, but somebody got to do it. So now we're in the last days, for sure. Now, they're going to try to make us take the mark of the beast. Basically. We in the hardest, final part. Like when John went on an island and seen them visions, he didn't even know what he was looking at. Like some of them prophets was looking at stuff we seen. They didn't know what an airplane is. They say, I seen a monster. You know what I'm saying? Imagine back in them days, if you had a vision that seen an airplane, you'd be like, I seen a dragon. I seen a metal dragon. Because you don't know how to describe no airplane. So when you look back and see some of that stuff they were seeing stuff that we dealing with right now. John was the one that went out on the island and escaped all the murders and stuff. And John wrote the book of Revelation and seen our times. Way back then, he's seen today. which is just crazy when you think about it. But to all the people watching me and you worrying about your place in heaven and all that, listen, God not picky. God's not interested in sending you to hell. Stop listening to that. You know how hard you got to work to go to hell? You just don't go to hell for minor little stuff. If you haven't really killed nobody, and even then you could be given forgiveness. But if you ain't just really been a rotten person, you don't got to do all that stuff. God is not picky. Just trying to send people to hell. That's all fake, y'all. Most of y'all ain't did nothing to go to no hell. They try to make God picky. You don't have to believe in nothing to be in good favor with God. All you got to do is leave people alone. If you're going to work and going home and mind your business, you straight. You don't have to do nothing. You don't got to take no communion. You don't got to pray. You don't got to do none of that. All you got to do is leave people alone. That's it. If you ain't bothering nobody, you good. In the eyes of God, you good. You have to be a predator and a wicked person doing stuff to people to be in bad favor. You can't just be nobody minding your business and go to hell. The reason John was told to stop writing and seal the book is because the reason John was told to stop writing and seal the book is because the Most High know that Lucifer would read the book and then Lucifer would make moves based on what the angels would reveal to John, so that Lucifer won't know what's going to happen. Certain stuff wasn't revealed. If you look at the world today, you can see that they're reacting off of the righteousness they see in the Quran and in the Bible and the holy books. So they acting according to what these books say. So this is why the angel told John, don't tell him this part. The angel told John, don't tell him this part. You know what I'm saying? This is a surprise. You know what I'm saying? Just think about it. The angel told him, don't tell him this part. Don't tell him what I'm going to do to him. Let him keep playing. So it's a big part they wasn't told. So they going to go and they seen it say, yeah, we're going to have the mark of the beast. They going to go do the mark of the beast. They going to do all that. But they don't know the part, that they don't know the other part. They don't know the other part because they try to react off of what that is and they don't need to know. The other part is like F around and find out. You know what I'm saying? So good luck with whatever y'all try to do. Because the part that ain't in there, that's the part. Because he told John, don't tell him what I'm going to do to him. Don't say nothing. Don't say nothing about this part. They don't need to know this part. And I already told them, don't take the microchip. Don't take the mark of the beast. If they take it, don't tell them what's going to happen. They're going to F around and find out. Because John was the special one Christ kept with him. He the one he liked the most. That's why John the only one lived like that. All the rest of them got murdered brutally. John went out on the island. What used to be crazy is I used to read and they used to say, John the Baptist ate locusts and honey. So I used to think, how is John the Baptist a holy man? He eating bugs and honey. Hey, y'all. When you read the Bible, it say John the Baptist ate locusts and honey, right? But guess what? John the Baptist was not eating no locust honey. Locusts and honey. He wasn't eating no locusts and honey. He wasn't eating locusts and honey. He was eating locust honey. You understand? You understand? And guess what, locust? Guess what it is? It's carob. It's carob, which is what you make chocolate out of. You can make a chocolate out of carob. So you got chocolate and you got carob. Make natural sweet carob or locust honey, which is made from this carob plant. You see this brown plant? That's locust honey. So no, John the Baptist was not eating locusts and honey. John the Baptist was eating locust honey, which is carob, which is like a natural chocolate made from this plant. So all this time they had me thinking that John the Baptist was eating locust and honey, when John the Baptist was eating locust honey. Locust honey, okay, which is carob. See how they mix you up? He was not eating locust and honey. He was eating locust honey, which is carob, and carob is like can make a chocolate. Okay? Carob can make a chocolate. As you see right here in the picture on your right, you see the brownish chocolate. So a lot of plant-based vegans, we eat carob. We use carob. You can get it at the health food store. So this just show you the misinterpretations. This is locust honey, not locust and honey. They had me thinking John the Baptist was eating locusts. And I knew that didn't sound right. What do you mean he eating locusts? Carob is good. Most of us young vegans, back when I was a vegan, I've been a vegan now for 47 years this year. So chocolate was all milk chocolate. They didn't have dark chocolate back in 1978, 79 when I became a vegan. So we used to eat carob, right? We used to eat carob. That was how we got our chocolate, from carob. Back in the day, old school plant-based vegan. See? Missy J's carob bar. This was our chocolate back in 78, 79, 80. Because they didn't make dark chocolate candy yet. You see what I'm saying? And this is locust honey. That's what this is. So John the Baptist was basically eating a natural form of chocolate. See all the locust honey? It's called carob. It's good. This is old school vegan knowledge. This is what we used to eat. But now they got dark chocolate. You understand? See, John the Baptist, his mother and Mary was close, and they was both holy women. John And Christ's mother was more holier than John and Christ. Mary was far more holier than Christ by a long shot. Mary healed more people than Christ ever could have healed. That's why the Catholic Church prayed to Mary. You understand? Mary was holy. On my soul. She was more deeper than her son. He wasn't doing nothing. What he was doing, his mama was already doing it. That's why they worship her all over the world. You see the Black Madonna? She worshiped all over the world. Summer, I went to the Vatican, and they got the Black Madonna and Black angels all over the Vatican. Yeah, Black Madonna and child, but Mary was way more holier than Christ. And when Mary got pregnant, Joseph thought Mary had cheated on him. Joseph thought Mary had cheated on him when she got pregnant. And you know how Joseph found out she didn't cheat on him? Because when the baby was born, the baby just fell out. The baby didn't have no umbilical cord. Christ didn't have no navel. That's how Joseph knew it was a holy baby. Because with the baby not having no navel, then like, how was the baby eating? How this baby been eating in your stomach when this baby ain't got no umbilical cord and ain't got no navel? Am I getting too deep for y'all? So this is why in the ancient time we used to gird our loins. I used to gird my loins in Hawaii. I'm finna start back doing it when I get back to Chicago. I'm gonna get me some white cloth and start girding my loins. The reason we would gird our loins so they couldn't find the holy ones, because the holy ones ain't got no navel. So we wouldn't show our navel. So you wouldn't know if I'm one of the holy ones or regular. So this is why the Babylon Luciferians is trying to what? Get everybody what? Naked. Because if they get you naked, now they can count out everybody who's not one of the holy ones that don't have a navel. Because you got beings on this planet that don't got a navel. Mainly Melchizedek. Melchizedek ain't got no navel. Think about it. Think about it. Melchizedek ain't got no navel. They don't tell you that. He been on this planet the whole time. Don't nobody know who he is. Look what it say right here. It say he is without father or mother or genealogy, and has neither beginning of days nor end of life, but resembling the Son of God, he continues a priest forever. Right? Think about it. You see, they call Christ the king, the Prince of Peace. Melchizedek is the King of Peace. See? Then he is also King of Salem. That is King of Peace. You see, they call Christ the Prince of Peace. Nobody taught. He is without father or mother or genealogy, and has neither beginning of days nor end of life, but resembling the Son of God, he continues a priest forever. See how great he is. Abraham the patriarch gave him a tithe of the spoil. And those descendants of Levi who received a priestly office have a commandment in the law to take tithes from the people, that is, from their brethren, though these also are descendants from Abraham. But this man who has not their genealogy received tithes from Abraham and blessed him who had the promises. So they don't talk about him either. They don't talk about him. I'm going to show it to you because you didn't see what I was reading. Here it is here. Hebrews 7, 1 through 28. For this Melchizedek, king of Salem, priest of the Most High, met Abraham returning from a slaughter of the kings and blessed him. And to him Abraham appointed a tenth part of everything. He is first, by translation of his name, King of Righteousness. And then he is also the King of Salem, and that is the King of Peace. He is without father or mother or genealogy, and has neither beginning of days nor end of life, but resembling the Son of God, he continues a priest forever. Look it up, Hebrews chapter 7. They don't talk about that stuff in church. What would his kind be referred to? It's only one. There's not another one. So, you know what I'm saying? There's not another one, it's just one. He's just the King of Righteousness. One of the original beings. No, Melchizedek is a being on this planet that never died and never was born. I'm showing y'all to say, if he wasn't born, he don't have a navel. That's my point I'm trying to tell you. He don't have a navel, and they looking for who don't have a navel. Christ didn't have a navel. Melchizedek didn't have a navel, and there may be others. My point is, this is how Joseph stopped accusing Mary of cheating, because the baby just came out. That's how how you think they knew Christ was holy? Because the baby just came out. There wasn't no umbilical cord. That's how they knew that baby didn't come from sex. That's why he stopped accusing Mary and realized that that wasn't a regular baby. That's how the three wise men and Joseph and Mary, that's how they knew what this baby was. Legend has it that after he was crucified and resurrected, he was in India, and he still had the stab wound where they stabbed him, and the people in India said all his insides was like chrome or silver. So legend has it that in India, that's where he was seen afterwards. And legend has it that his organs was like a metal, like a silver metal. That's just what legend has. I can't verify that, but that's what people say. Because there's a long period where he was missing. So from a little boy till he came back like in his 30s. Nobody know where he's at. So also legend has it that he's Buddha. Legend has it that he's Buddha. Because I was just telling my daughter this, but she didn't want to listen. See, in those times, everywhere you went, you had a different name. Yeah, like titanium. In those times, everywhere you go, you had a different name. So let me give you an example. My first name is Pharaoh, but that's a title. My name you call me by is Ramesses. And Ramesses means the son of the sun. So in those times, if I was here in America and my name was Ramesses, if you took me to China and they say, what's his name? You wouldn't say Ramesses. You never gave your name. You always identified yourself by what your name meant. So if I go to China and they would say, what is his name? They would say his name is the son of the sun, because Ramesses means the son of the sun. So when they go to China and they tell them my name is son of the sun, they might say, oh, Achike, because son of the sun over there might mean Achike. So over here, son of the sun is the word Ramesses. Over here, the son of the sun is Ichike. Down here in South America, son of the sun might be Odaba. So this is how you don't know who these people are, because they never called you by their name. They always called you by what your name meant. And if you think I'm lying, go watch some old cowboy and Indian pictures. And they be say, what's your name? My name Chuka. He that runneth at night. Go watch. If you watch movies about Native Americans, they would always say what the name meant. They call me Chinokai, mean dark wolf. So when he goes somewhere, they wouldn't say Chinokai. They would say, what's your name? His name is Dark Wolf. Which dark wolf, they call that something else over here. Dark wolf is something else over here. So this is how these beings might got a lot of different names, because your name was what it meant. Your name was what it meant. Now with the Hebrew Israelites, they identified you by your last name, because your name would be, if you was a boy and your daddy was Joseph, your name would be Ramesses ben Yosef, which means son of Joseph. So with the Hebrew Israelite nations, your last name was your daddy's first name. This is how they know who the daddy is. So if I'm Ramesses, son of Joseph, my son would be something, son of Ramesses. He wouldn't be the son of Joseph. I'm the son of Joseph. My son would be the son of Ramesses. So if his name is Kina, the son of Ramesses, then my grandson would be so-and-so, the son of Kina. And this is how, when they wrote your name down, they know that Kina was the son of Ramesses. Ramesses was the son of this dude. This is how they used to keep genealogy. Because your name led back to your daddy name led back to your granddaddy name led back to your, this is how they knew the lineage, which is genius. If you think about it, they were smart. It always told who you was the son of. And then it told who your daddy was the son of. Then it told who your granddaddy was. What a great way, you know what I'm saying? To know who everybody is. That's what's genius, to be honest with you. That was genius. Because everybody name tell who they daddy was. That's just genius. Everybody was, all the men was Ben something, son of something. They didn't do the women like that, because the women in ancient time wasn't yours. The women, that's why they say your daddy, what, give you away when you get married. So the women was always looked at as those that's going to give birth for another family. So my daughters is out here to give a man babies because she can't have no babies without a man. So they was always, that's why it was a high respect for women, because they was the ones give us the babies. That wasn't looked at as a bad thing. That was looked at as the greatest thing ever. So it wasn't negative if I gave my daughter to the king over here, because now the king's son gonna get my daughter pregnant. And now instead of him being one tribe and me another tribe, now we family because the two tribes got a baby. So we used to use women to prevent war, to bond the nations. So if I present you my daughter and then your son get my daughter pregnant, now we family. We can't go to war because both of our grandbaby, both of them is our grandbabies. So now these two tribes is united. So that's why you had to have the ultimate respect for a woman, because if I give you my daughter and I find out you over there beating her and stuff, we're going to go to war. So this is why we treated women in super high regard, because this the king next door daughter. And dude ain't finna have it. So now if you give my son your daughter, my son got to treat her like a queen because she represents another powerful family. Boy, you better love this woman and respect this woman. Is you crazy? That's why nobody liked Shaka Zulu, because he was mistreating the women that they was giving him to unite the tribes. He was abusing them. He was a bum. That's another video. Shaka Zulu was a horrible leader. He one of the reasons we got invaded, because he was busy fighting Africans and smiling with invaders. He was one of the worst leaders in African history. He opened up the whole West Africa to be invaded. Shaka Zulu weakened all the armies over there because he was great at fighting, but he was just a hater. He was a hater. He was powerful because all over the world they say Shaka, all in Hawaii, they say Shaka. That's why Solomon had wives, but the thing with Solomon started sleeping with all type of women from all type of stuff, and Solomon slept with so many women that when he got older, he couldn't keep his body warm. He couldn't stay warm. He was cold all the time. So he had to have 3, 4 women in the bed with him just to keep him from freezing to death. This is why the Most High didn't like Solomon and took the righteousness from Solomon and took it to Ethiopia. That's why Solomon got the Queen of Sheba pregnant and her son came and took the Ark of the Covenant to Ethiopia because Israel had fell into wickedness. Under Saul, David, and Solomon, Hebrew Israelites had fell into damnation and wickedness. So the holiness went to Ethiopia. That's why I don't see why Hebrew Israelites be bragging. Because that whole lineage went to hell in a handbasket. David killed his best man to marry his woman. Solomon was a lunatic, started praising all kind of weird gods and stuff. Saul was a bum. David was a bum. Solomon was a bum. They wasn't nothing. So the covenant had to go to Ethiopia. Even the way he got Sheba pregnant was foul. Sheba came down. Solomon wanted to be intimate with Sheba. She said no. He said, I'll tell you what, as long as you don't drink none of my water, you don't have to sleep with me. Then he went and spiked her food with a bunch of hot stuff. She ate the stuff and she had to drink some water. And so he got her pregnant and had Menelik. And then Menelik came down there and stole the Ark of the Covenant and took it back to Ethiopia. When he took it to Ethiopia, the Ethiopians made like 100, 200 Ark of the Covenant. So nobody know where the real one is at. So they got places where they say they guard the Ark of the Covenant. That ain't even the real Ark of the Covenant, which historically, this is why Hitler sent Mussolini to Ethiopia to find the Ark of the Covenant, and Hitler invaded Egypt looking for the spear that stabbed Christ. Y'all don't know about that either. Hitler and Mussolini was sent down there through the Roman Catholic Church and Hitler and them to go find the Ark of the Covenant while Hitler went to Italy, went to Ethiopia to try to find the Ark of the Covenant, while Hitler went to Egypt to try to find this spear that poked Christ. That's what that was all about. That's what they made Raiders of the Lost Ark. That's about the Ethiopians and that's about the Italians in Ethiopia looking for the lost ark, and Hitler and them was looking for it too. So that's why you see them in Egypt looking for the lost ark. You know what I mean? Yeah, David and Solomon, all that stuff is real. All that lineage is real. Saul, David, Solomon, all that's real. The Hebrew Israelites kept a thorough documentation of their lineage. And how we study, we do cross references. So that's why I say if anybody put up the $5,000, I could prove that Christ exists, but I'm not going to tell you how. I can't tell you this when you read the Bible and you'd be like, okay, they went here and they ran into the Chaldeans, right? And it show you maybe Moses and them ran to the Chaldeans. You can go study books on the Chaldeans, and the Chaldeans books will verify that they also ran into the Hebrew Israelites. That's all I'm gonna tell you, because I might gotta take somebody's money. But when we used to study, we had all the books, and you can look at the cross references of the books, because the books name other nationalities who also got writings that verify what this book say. So what the Torah and the Old Testament and stuff say, there's books from them people that verify that. There's books from Rome, there's books from Greece, there's books from the Philistines and all them that verify that they also met them people. So that's why I'm studying how I study. You had to study cross references to get the full picture. So that's why when I'm studying cross references, I'm building the timeline. And then I got the timeline for Egypt. I got the timeline for the Hebrew Israelites, and I couldn't figure it out, because the timeline got to the point where, okay, I got Amenephis, and I got the Hebrew Israelites, and I got Akhenaton. So I'm like, wait a minute. I got Amenephis, I got the Hebrew Israelites, I got Moses, I got Akhenaton. So for years I'm trying to say, well, Moses and Akhenaton's at the same time. And that's when I found out that Akhenaton is Moses. That's another story another day. That Akhenaton was the son of Joseph's sister. Joseph's sister, Amenephis, got Joseph's sister pregnant, and she had a baby. And he moved her out. It's the same Moses story. And he hid her because the Egyptians didn't like the fact that Pharaoh was having a baby by a Hebrew Israelite woman. So it's the same story of Moses. He hid her and the baby and built them a whole city. And then Akhenaton, who was Moses, was raised by his Hebrew Israelite mother, and she taught him the teachings of the Hebrew Israelites. And so when Akhenaton became Pharaoh, he established his mother belief and tore down everything that the Egyptians were teaching and brought in the one God theory that he learned from his mother and said it's one God, the Aton, and the Aton represent one God, but he didn't have the sun god Ra. He said that the sun was symbolic of God, not that it was God. He said the sun was symbolic of God, that you don't got to go to no temple, because the same way the sun shine on everybody is the way God is for everybody. It was deep. So Akhenaten said, and when you look at the sun, that's represent how God is. You don't got to go to no temple. You ain't got to take no religion. You ain't got to go to no religion for the sun to shine on you. So it's like the same way the sun shine on everybody in the world, that's the same way God shine on everybody, and God is for everybody. So the Egyptians hated him because he tore down all their belief systems and came with the one God ideology that he got from his Hebrew Israelite mother. Akhenaten is Moses. Was Christ was brought here. Okay, Christ is like this. In the beginning, it was the Most High, male and female. Then the Most High said, manifested themselves in physical. So the Most High was like what you would call a spirit, male and female. And then the Most High manifested themselves in a physical form. And when the Most High manifested themselves in a physical form, male and female, then the Most High in first chapter of Genesis say, let us make man in our image, male and female. So then the Most High is male and female. It made some males and female. These is the lords and lordesses. So you got the Most High, male and female, the Most High God, the Most High Goddess. Then they become physical. And then these physical beings make some physical lords and lordesses. Because what it say in the Bible, it say, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was made flesh, and the Word was God. That's a riddle in the Bible. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was made flesh, and the Word was God. So that means in the beginning was God, and God was made flesh. Because it's saying the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God. So that means in the beginning was God, because it said the Word was God. And God was what? Made flesh. So when God was made flesh, male and female, then the male and female God say, let us make man in our image, male and female. And they made lords and lordesses. And then one of those lords went and formed Adam. And then Adam realized they had women. So Adam asked the Lord, why I ain't got no woman? So then this Lord went and did some scientific stuff and made Eve, like scientific experiment. That's how you know the difference between Adam and Eve and the lords and lordesses, because the lords and lordesses was just created. But Adam was formed. Adam and Eve was formed. They wasn't created. I'm saying all that to say is, so you got God and Goddess, you got Lord and Lordess, then you got Adam and Eve. Then the sons of God came unto the daughters of men, and giants walked the earth. And then you got Noah. So Noah was a descendant of when the sons of God slept with the daughters of Eve. Now the daughters of Eve is man, right? And the sons of God is God. So Christ say what? We God and man, right? So we God and man, right? So when Christ came, Christ was God and man, but without the sex. So when Christ came, because you God and man, it means one side of your brain is the God side, and one side of your brain is the man side, and then you got your pineal gland that separates. So because we're God and man, because I left out a part, because once God and man breathed, then one of them beings, Noah, got an ark and everybody else drowned. So all the Adam and Eve people drowned. All them creatures drowned. The lords and lordesses was told not to come around us no more. So that left Noah. Noah is half God, half man. Because it say when the sons of God came unto the daughters of men, giants walked the earth. If you read Genesis, say giants walked the earth, the very next chapter say Noah, which is giving you a hint that Noah was what? A giant. Noah was half God, half man. So we are those descendants from Noah. We're the sons of God that slept with the daughters of men. We are half God, half man, God and man. So we got a God side of our brain and the man side. So now Christ came to teach us how to use the God side, because we was just using the man side. So all that religion about Christ is false. They don't teach what Christ was really teaching. What was Christ doing? They always talk about what he was saying. What was he doing? He was healing people. He was healing people with leprosy. He was making the blind to see. He was making the deaf people to talk. So Christ had came here to teach us how to use our God side of our brain. This is how you could do what they call miracles. They don't want to teach you that. Think about it. What was Christ actually doing? What did he have to, what was he showing the disciples? He was showing them how to heal people. He tried to show them how to walk on water. Look it up. He got out the boat and walked on water to tell y'all, come on, y'all could do it. So he was trying to teach us how to use the God side of our brain instead of just the Adam and Eve side. That's what Christ was here for. And part of that was getting you to eat right. So they don't tell you that too. Think about Christ. At that time, they eating bull and stuff. They had Mithrida's Day, like what you call Christmas, where they would eat bull and eat bull blood and eat raw bull. And what did Christ say? Christ took some grapes and some bread and said what? While they eating bull body and blood, he said what? This is my body and this is my blood, which is showing them plants, bread and grape juice. Which if you know about eating what they eat, what they feeding you stuff that what? That calcifies your pineal gland. So if you eat all these stuff that Babylon got you eat, it's going to calcify your pineal gland. And if you calcify your pineal gland, guess what? The God side of your brain can't communicate with the Adam and Eve side, with the Eve side. So you got the Lord God side and the Eve side, but because your center point is calcified, you can't use it. So that's why you can't heal. That's why you can't do the many miracles you could do. That's why they feed you devil's food cake and devil this and devil ham. That's why they feeding you that. So Christ was here to teach us how to use our Lord God side. That's all. But they never teach you what was Christ doing. They keep saying Peter said this and Paul said that, because the books is Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. First books in the New Testament, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, and they all tell them what Christ used to do. Christ ain't us. Christ was a person. Christ was a baby born by Mary that was from the God. Christ was a high being that Mary gave birth to come to teach us God and man, to show us that we God and man, and to raise us up. Because listen, the devil, why do the devil hate you? The devil hates you because what I say, it was the Most High God, male and female. They became physical. Then it was the Lord and Lordesses. Then it was Adam and Eve. No, it was the Most High God, male and female. It was the Lord and Lordesses. Then it was the angels. Then it was Adam and Eve, right? When Adam and Eve had babies, the sons of God that's over the angels started sleeping with the daughters of men that's down here and had babies, which mean those babies was over top of the angels. So when you had the Most High God, male and female, then you had the Lord and Lordesses, then you had the angels. But when the lords, the sons of God, slept with the daughters of Adam and Eve, that put us above the angels. So now the order was the Most High God, the lords and lordesses, us, then the angels, then Adam and Eve. So this is why Lucifer got mad, because y'all is ranked higher than the angels. Michael and Gabriel and them didn't care, but Lucifer got mad because we are higher than the angels, because you got God, then your daddy is the Lord God. God is not your daddy. God is our grandfather. The Lord God is our father, because the Lord God slept with Eve and gave birth to us. So we're the grandchildren of the Most High God. And Lucifer hates you because now he's fourth, because the Most High wiped Adam and Eve out. So this is why you hear the Europeans saying what? They looking for Adam and Eve. What do they call it? They call Adam and Eve what? The missing link. What is the missing link? It's the Adam and Eve species, but they got drowned. And Noah is our direct descendant from Noah, who is God's grandson. We is God's grandchildren. Our father is the Lord God that slept with the daughters of Adam and of Eve. And so that's why all this is going on, because Lucifer hates us because we above him. And this is why the Most High won't kill us, because we his grandbabies. Look in the Bible, what do God keep saying? Y'all getting on my nerve, Pharaoh, but for my name's sake, meaning since y'all my grandchildren, I got to give y'all a pass. Because why would God say for his name's sake? Because you is his name's sake. You are the grandchildren of the Most High God and the children of the Lord. God is not your father. God is your grandfather. And Christ was sent here to show you how to use your grandfather and your daddy's power, because you're just using your grandmother's power, who is Eve. And anybody say, could you prove that? All the books say the same thing. Who is Hercules? Zeus got a human woman pregnant. Same story. Zeus was the Most High God. Zeus got a woman pregnant, and Hercules was what? Same like us. Half Lord God, because Zeus was the Lord God. Zeus wasn't the Most High God. Zeus was the Lord God, and Zeus' daddy is the Most High God. Zeus is the Lord God, and Zeus had intimacy with a woman and had Hercules. And Hercules was half Lord, half Eve. Look it up. Look it up. Same story for Zeus and Hercules. Hercules is just like us. Hercules' daddy is a Lord God and his mama was an earthling. Our daddy is a Lord God and our mama is Eve. That's why we got New Year's Eve, Christmas Eve. Why we name it Eve? Why is Christmas Eve? Why is New Year's Eve? Because we keep it Eve's late. That's our Eve is our mother. We the descendants of, when it say, the sons of God came into the daughters of men. That's who we are. We the Most High's grandchildren. And it took me a lot of studying to tell y'all this. So that's why I want to argue with nobody, because it took me a lot. It took me a lot of studying to learn this. Seriously. It took me a lot of studying to learn this. This ain't nothing you just, your mind got to be open and you really got to. You know what I'm saying? You got to read and study to know this. This ain't debatable. Look, it said right there that the sons of God saw the daughters of men that they were fair, and they took them for wives, all of which they choose. And the Lord said, my spirit shall not always strive with man. There it is right there. There it is. Right there, clear as day. There were giants in the earth in those days, and also after that, when the sons of God came in unto the daughters of men, and they bare children to them, the same became mighty men which were of old, men of renown. That's who we are. We are these children. When the sons of God came unto the daughters of men, you're God and man. This is absolutely what's going on. And guess what? The first person, and guess who get named right after that? After all of that, guess who name come up first? In the very next chapter, guess who name come up? Tell me I'm lying. Look, chapter 6, right? Say the sons of God, right? Chapter 6 say, right? Giants walk the earth, right? And then what chapter 7 say? Noah. You know how I know I'm right? When I was a little boy, I asked my mom, I said, Mama, how Noah get elephants and gorillas and all that on the ark? And my mom said, I don't know, boy. My mom couldn't answer the question. I found out the answer. You know how Noah got all them big ass animals on there? Because Noah was a giant. Because it say right here, there were giants in the earth. Chapter 6, giants in the earth You got to look at the riddles in the Bible. And the very next chapter, chapter 7, it say Noah. Bam. So it took me all them years, but because I wasn't satisfied with the answer and I studied, I found the answer. Noah was a giant. Noah was half God, half Eve. And then God said he was going to cut our years down. So once Noah landed with us, then instead of 900 years, you went down to 800 years, you went down to 700, 600, 500, till we got down to 125 years and got smaller. And the flood killed all the wicked giants, all the dinosaurs, and all that stuff drowned. That's why it had to rain 40 days and 40 nights. That's where the dinosaurs went. They drowned. Because the Lord said, I can't be with y'all. Y'all tripping. And y'all can't live this long. I got to cut. I can't have no big old giant evil people. You know what I'm saying? And that all makes sense. Imagine a bunch of wicked giants. He's like, nah, I can't with y'all. It's got to be some changes. It got to be some changes. Look, my spirit shall not always strive with man, for that he is also lost. Right after that, flood. I can't F with y'all. The Most High, the Most High is like, I can't mess with y'all. Noah, giant, boom. Flood, boom. We survived, boom. Lucifer pissed. Because now Lucifer's at the bottom. It's the Most High. It's the sons and daughters of God. Then it's us, the grandchildren of God. Then it's the angels. Michael and Gabriel and them don't mind. And Raphael, but Lucifer didn't like it. So he been out to try to make us disrespect our grandfather and our father. Everything that you be trying to do evil is trying to embarrass our grandfather and our father and our grandmother and our mother, to say, see, you never should have made them. You never should have kept them. You should have killed them. You never should have moved them up over me. So that's why Lucifer ain't got no power over y'all. Y'all over Lucifer. So the only way he control you is by faking you out with brainwashing to make you think he in control. He don't run nothing. He controls you with mind and encourage you to do stuff. He got no power to make you do nothing. It's all a fraud. Because he under us. We could dog dude. All them evil, Lucifer, Satan, all them, they ain't nobody. We higher than them. So they use persuasion to get you to kill each other, to try to embarrass your grandfather and your father and your grandmother and your mother. That's all they trying to do. Because it was jealous when they made Adam and Eve. That's why, think about it. Boom. It say, boom, one of these lords made Adam, then he formed Eve. Here comes some serpent. Y'all ain't got to listen to him, right? Think about it. Serpent just come out. Y'all ain't got to listen to him. He just don't want you to eat that so you be like him. So now they bite off of the so-called whatever it was, and then the Lord come in the garden and they was hiding. Just listen to the story. Shit sound real. They was hiding. And then the Lord said, Adam, where y'all at? He said, we hiding because we naked. And then the Lord said, who told you you was naked? Which means what? The Lord had clothes on. The lords and lordesses that wasn't in the garden, there was beings outside the garden. It could show you that when they left the garden, there was a whole bunch of people out there already. Look it up. When they threw Adam and Eve out the garden, there was a whole bunch of people already. They wasn't the first people. They was the first lower beings like Frankenstein. And if you look at Adam and Eve, that is the story of Frankenstein and the bride of Frankenstein. because everybody else was made at the same time, male and female. They was the first one that only had a male and then had to go back and make a female. They was the only ones. They was the only ones like that. So basically, all the hate is on you because you're the grandchildren of the Most High God and the Most High Goddess, which they never want to tell you about the female. It's not God, it's a God and a goddess. It's a Lord and a Lordess. Just like it's a king and a queen, it's a prince and a princess. Stop. It's a son and a daughter. It's a mama and a daddy. Show me where it's just one. It ain't never been no one. It's always been four. It's always been the God, goddess, and the Lord and the Lordess. That's why when you look at ancient time, all the lords had twins. They didn't have one baby. That's how you know we direct descendants of the lords and God, because we be having mad twins, and that's your God side. My grandmother had two sets of twins. Her and her brothers and sisters had two sets of twins. That's that God side. Because our father is the Lord and our mother is Eve. But our grandfather and grandmother is the Most High God and Goddess. And I took all my videos down, a lot of them, so I'm going to be redoing a lot of them because I cleaned out my whole channel over here. I moved all the vegan stuff to vegan into, I'm going to be redoing. But a lot of that stuff, if you want to see it, you got to go join my Patreon at Pharaoh Said That, and you'll see all the master videos. You pay the $20 a month, and that's where it's going to be like stuff I can't talk about over here. It's some heavy stuff over there, though. So I took all the real heavy stuff and I put it over there. I deleted a lot of stuff that was just, it was just what was happening at that time. I didn't feel like I need all that stuff over on the channel. It was like stuff that ain't interesting now. It was interesting when it was current news or current event, but what good is it now? I'm finna lace over here with it's finna be some high power information over here. But that's what's going on with you. That's why you got to carry yourself in an upful way. Because Christ told you, ye are all gods and children of the Most High. But what he didn't tell you is grandchildren he was supposed to put on there. Ye are all gods and grandchildren of the Most High. And the reason he said you are all gods, because a goddess is a god. So you women, y'all goddesses, and you men are gods. And this for everybody on the planet. White, black, everything. Y'all, all you people on the planet is gods and goddesses. The whites, everybody, what you call human being on this planet is gods and goddesses, lords and lordesses. You're the third rank from the gods and goddesses, lords and lordesses, and then y'all, basically the kings and queens of the planet, basically. That's why you can build airplanes. That's why you can do all this stuff you can do. That's why people can do all this stuff that only somebody that got the bloodline of gods and goddesses will be able to make the inventions and do what we're doing. Adam and Eve wouldn't be able to do none of this. They would still be like cave people. And that's the missing link. So when you hear them talking about, well, they looking for the missing link, that's who they looking for. But they gone. You ain't gonna never find them. They gone. It rained for 40 days and 40 nights. And there's like 2,700 flood stories. That happened all over the world. That's another thing you got to know. That just tell you what happened with Noah. That don't tell you what happened in Hawaii, what happened in China, what happened there. You got to read, about Malcolm. You got to read other books to see they flood stories. Same stuff all over the world. So when it say that when it says that Noah was told it was a flood, it didn't say only Noah was told that. It didn't say that. It just tell you what Noah was told. It didn't tell you what other Noahs and other parts of the world was told. You got to always remember that when you read the Bible. When you read the Bible, you're just reading what the Hebrew Israelites was told. You ain't reading what the Chinese was told, what the Kenyans was told, what the Aztec, you ain't reading that. But all of them was told the same thing, and everywhere you go, you're going to see the same story. In Hawaii, they had the flood, but they got inside of a whale. That's how they survived. They stayed inside a whale till the water went down. It's a whole bunch of flood stories everywhere. Anybody got any other questions we can answer? I hope this stuff ain't too deep for y'all, but you gotta, I tell you this, to get this type of knowledge, you gotta let go. If you don't let go, you can't get this knowledge. You can't have no belief system. So people say, what you believe? I don't have no belief system because the belief system locked me in. I can't think because I'm holding on to my belief system. You know what I'm saying? You can't have no belief system. It blocks you. You can't be trying to be stuck to no ideology. Because once you stick to ideology, you can't learn no more. You just stuck. But I can tell you this, when you learn, no matter what you learn, until you start getting to the core, there's always going to be something there that ain't going to hit ding, 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 ding. And you got to relax so you can feel that. So when you searching for knowledge, you got to be honest with yourself. Is it ding, 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 or do you just got a little bit of the knowledge? But every time you hit a specific point, it's going to be ding, 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 ding. Like when I hit this stuff, it was like, ding, there it is. Wow. When I really looked and I looked at those different creations in the Bible, I was like, wow. Ding, 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 ding. Answer a whole bunch of questions. What is the ancestral story of us who were sold into slavery to the West? I mean, there is no ancestral story, you know. There's no particular ancestral story, but I can tell you we wasn't sold here. Some of us was sold here. We was bred over here. So the story of blacks in the United States, you was bred over here like chickens. So you ain't gonna really understand slavery until you stop thinking from the point of view of being brought over here. So in other words, if they bring so many people here and the money is about having slaves, then they're gonna start breeding here. Why would you keep running somewhere to get people when you could breed them quicker than you could travel and get back, especially in ancient times? And so once you get into the concept of the business of slavery, then you start thinking, okay, they breeding you like chickens. And then once they breed you and they need slaves, that also prevents you from thinking, well, I was a Moor, I was this, I was over. It don't matter if you was a Moor. If they could snatch your black ass and breed you and make a slave, that's what it's going to be. So there was no safety valve unless you was a European. You was taken, you was bred to make babies to be slaves. Not only that, Europeans used to sleep with the black women and have a baby and sell their own half-breed son into slavery because he didn't consider that baby his. He considered that the baby of a slave. So when people talk about they wasn't under it, how you wasn't under it when the slave master's own seed was sold into slavery? If you was a Native American, indigenous Native American, they would grab you, have a big mandingo get you pregnant, and they would put that baby out there to work because it was a business. So there was no righteousness in that. They need babies to pick this cotton. So anybody telling you they was free from it is a lie because it was a business. And they needed cotton pickers. And they was willing to do whatever they can do to get somebody out there to pick that cotton. Music is mentioned all the way back as far as you can go, depending on what history you read. There's always talking about people singing. There's pictures of people singing and playing. And then as far as you go back with anything, you're going to see people singing and playing instruments. You got a voice. So as long as you can talk, you can sing. That's real simple. As long as your hand could do that, you could play music. So as long as you had hands, you could beat on stuff. So that's just common sense. You could whistle, you could sing. So music is forever. Been here long since you've been here. Since your body's an instrument, your body's the first instrument. You can sing, so you are an instrument. This is the first drum. That's a drum beat. Somebody got any more questions? So you got to understand that Lucifer originally hoovered over the throne of the Most High, male and female, and he was played the harp. So before Lucifer fell, Lucifer was the head musician of these angels, and he hoovered over the throne and he played harp, and his body was covered with jewels. So he was a beautiful looking dragon that played the harp. Now Lucifer was casted down reportedly in the Antarctic and was frozen. Now what's interesting is they got a weather machine, and guess what it's called? Harp. Harp is not designed to change the weather to cause storms. Harp is designed to melt that ice prison to free Lucifer. And it's a coincidence that harp is named after Lucifer's instrument. He played the harp. And Lucifer just got mad when y'all got created. That's why he fell, jealous of us. Basically. What discipline are we supposed to worship? We ain't supposed to worship nothing. We ain't supposed to be worshiping nothing. Worship for what? We're not supposed to be worshiping. We have no rules and regulations other than leave people alone. All religions is fake. Our religions is nonsense. Religion is nonsense. You don't have to do anything other than leave people alone. What difference do it make if you worship a discipline, but then you stealing from your brother, but you committing adultery, you sleeping with your brother's wife, but you doing some discipline? Make it make some sense. What good is a discipline if you killing and murdering and stealing? A discipline is nothing. So that's all nonsense. There is no discipline. That's nonsense. All you're supposed to do is leave people alone. They don't want to tell you that because then they can't pimp you. And then you won't be righteous. See, when I say leave people alone, see, some people you can't do that. You got to steal. You got to break in somebody's house. You got to cheat on your husband or your wife. You got to do some foul stuff. So they don't want to break it down simple. They want to make it so you can get away with stuff and tell you you could be a Muslim or you could be a Hebrew or you could be one of these weirdo things. They don't want to tell you the facts. So all these religions and stuff is just a smokescreen from not getting to the facts. And the facts is leave people alone. Period. You don't need no discipline other than the discipline to not steal, not commit adultery, not to bear false witness and lying on people and stuff. That's it. Them disciplines is trash. Islam is a discipline. Judaism is a discipline. They over there killing each other. So what good is their discipline? They won't leave each other alone. So what good is your discipline if you're going to kill, if you're going to steal? How is that discipline? Discipline is not nothing you join. Discipline is how you behave. So what do you mean, what discipline? Discipline is you disciplining yourself and leaving people the hell alone. Simple. And show me any so-called discipline and tell me their rules, and all their rules say leave people alone. Name it. Name me one discipline where the rules ain't leave people alone. What's the basis of the 10 Commandments? Leave people alone. It's real simple. Why won't they tell you that? Because so that you can make it a bunch of fake stuff so it won't be straight to the point. I can give you the 10 Commandments and one commandment. Leave people alone. That covers thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not commit adultery. All that go under leave people alone. The question is, do you want it straight? No, because then you could be a demon. Then you can do a bunch of negative stuff because it ain't straight and direct. You want it said in a way where it's open space for you to be evil. You don't want to hear it straight. Leave people alone. If you ain't bothering nobody, you straight. If you gossiping on people and causing people misery and doing negative stuff to people, you ain't got no discipline. You ain't got no discipline if you bothering people and don't mind your business and leave people alone. All the other stuff is trash. Ain't no God got no religion. What religion God? What religion is God? If there's a Most High God, what religion is it? Exactly. Ain't Allah is not no Muslim. That's foolishness. As a matter of fact, Allah is not even a male. Allah is God's wife. Them people don't know what they're doing. Allah is God's wife. Allah is a female. There's the head goddess. That's God's wife. Is Allah. That's a fact. It's spelled Allat. A-L-L-A-T. Pre-Islamic Arabian goddess. She was worshipped throughout the Arabian Peninsula, including Mecca. I rest my case. Allat. A-L-L-A-T. Who took the T off and added an H? That's on you. It's associated with Athena, Minerva. It's the different names of the Most High Goddess. In Greece, didn't I tell y'all, in different places they call it different stuff. It's the same thing. It's Allah in Islam. It's Athena in Greek. It's Minerva in Rome. But it's the same being. There it is. But because of chauvinism, that's why I say disciplines ain't no good, because they use these disciplines to disrespect women and to make up laws about women to abuse women. So all the religious disciplines is trash because they're all designed to take women and put women like they're supposed to be servants of men instead of respecting the goddess and the God. How is you married and got a wife? Why would God have you doing something that God ain't doing? Why would God make it so a man and a woman, the only way you can have a baby unless God got a woman? What kind of God ain't got no woman? In Christianity, what kind of God where you got a Father, a Son, and a Holy Ghost? Show me in life where you got a Father, a Son, and a Holy Ghost. You got a father, a son, a mother, and a daughter. And the chauvinistic, these disciplines are evil and chauvinistic because there is no mother and there is no daughter. When we know in real life it's father, mother, daughter, son. In real life. In real life, we know it's father, mother, son, and daughter. Just like it's north, south, east, and west. Ain't no north, south, and east. Ain't no Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Where's the other direction? There's 4 directions. North, south, east, and west. Up, down, this way, and that way. 4. In y'all wicked disciplines, ain't no woman. It's just a Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost. Who believe that? Holy Ghost, what the hell is that? That's male chauvinism that they have put into religion. All these religions are chauvinists. They're not righteous. They totally disrespect the women. They totally disrespect our mothers, and they totally disrespect our daughters. I got 6 children. I got 3 sons and 3 daughters. I had them by women. So where's the women and where's the daughters? And what kind of God ain't got no daughters and ain't got no woman? Because if you got a God, ain't got no woman, I don't want to be around that God. You show me a God that only got a son, and I'll show you LGBTQ type mentality in religion. Your God is a weirdo. No disrespect to LGBTQ. I'm just saying, what kind of God is that? Because even LGBTQ people go and use women to have babies. go and use men to have babies. I mean, the brat, her and her woman wanted to have a baby. They had to go get something from a man to have that baby. They couldn't have no baby. So in the end of the day, you're going to need that egg and that sperm to have a baby, period. You're going to still need that male-female entity. So how God ain't got that? So God had a son with no woman. Y'all believe that? Even in terms of Christ, the Most High used a woman, Mary. Why the baby just didn't pop out, just materialize? Why the baby had to be born of a woman? Explain that part. What's the purpose of having Mary if you don't need no woman? God is powerful, right? Why God just didn't pop his fingers and had a baby? Make it make sense. Religions is horrible because religions is man-made confusion and nuttism, and religions are designed to divide because you ain't all gonna never be the same religion. So it's a divisive format. That's why I don't like to talk to religious people, because religious people in a religion, they have a divisive, argumentative mentality because they always out to recruit. They not out to love their brothers and sisters. They out to recruit you to their belief system. I don't believe in a belief system. I believe leave people the hell alone. Real simple. You don't need no religion. Leave people alone. If you ain't trying to help them, leave them alone. What you need a God to tell you that. You need a religion to tell you to leave people alone. You got to go to a church or a mosque or a synagogue to learn how to leave people alone and just be nice to people. Really? You need somebody to sit you down and preach to you all day to teach you how to respect mankind. Really? You need that to learn how to leave me alone. You need that to learn not to break in my house. You need that to learn not to rob me, not to hurt me, to not wish harm on me. You need a religion for that? You need a religion? Because the religions ain't working. The idea that you want people to have a religion to behave themselves is giving people an excuse to not behave themselves because now they just won't pay attention to the religion and they just gonna act a fool. When we should be teaching them direct, stop acting a fool. Period. You don't need no religion to tell you to sit down and behave yourself before fires and floods and tornadoes and extreme snowstorms and extreme weather sit you down, because you gon' sit down. You gon' humble yourself. And it ain't gonna be no religion humble you. It's gonna be natural disasters. Gonna sit you down. And it's not until you're in a situation where you know you need each other that you're gonna behave. You know, in Chicago, when I was growing up and we had a lot of winters, when the weather's nice and stuff, everybody just zipping, not paying nobody no attention. But when we used to get them big snowstorms, people would lock in. I'm driving, my car gets stuck in the snow. 3 white dudes driving by, they pull over, they get out, they get a shovel, they dig me out. In some cases, if you don't dig the person out, you can't go down the street. You're driving down the street. It's a car stuck in the middle of the street. You can't go nowhere until you help them move the car. In some cases, you help them move the car, then you get stuck. They got to jump out and help you move. So when things get bad enough, the humanity going to come out in you once you realize you can't survive by yourself. Then all that racism, all that sexism, all that hate going to go away. Like I mentioned, LGBTQ. Hey, man, if it's a gay dude and he's stuck, I'm going to dig him out. I'm not going to be like, oh, I ain't going to dig you out because you gay. That ain't none of my business he gay. If he's stuck, or she's stuck, I'm gonna help them get their car moving. What they is ain't none of my business. As long as they ain't bothering me, what the hell do I care what you do? It ain't none of my business. All this God told you to, God ain't told me to do nothing to no gay people. Get out of here with that. If God don't like gay people, let God deal with them. Who I'm supposed to be? I ain't God. I'm not getting involved. Let God clean up his own mess. I'm not going to be out here pretending I'm God, which is what a lot of you religious people doing. You're going around stepping on other people saying you represent God. How? Who really told you that you represent God? You don't represent God. Religion is the worst. It really is. I remember Rasta was saying there ain't no religion. But the next thing you know, you had 12 tribes, Nyabingi, Bobo. Sound like religion to me. Why you ain't just Rasta? Why you like, what's the difference between Bobo and 12 tribes? Well, if there's a difference, that's a religion. If there's a difference and you ain't just people, then it's a religion. And look how weak Rasta is now, that they got all them weirdo ideologies. Rasta never had none of that. Rasta was just Rasta. Rasta ain't never been all that weirdo stuff. Rasta ain't never want to get no Bible, stand around praying on Bible cons all day, beating on drum. Get out of here with that. But I'm not finna sit around talking to God. But I don't be talking to God. I don't want to talk to God for what? You know how stupid you look when God made you and you talking to God and God put you in charge of the planet and you talking to God. And God don't never answer. God looking at you crazy. Like, fool, go do what you supposed to do, what you keep talking to me for. You constantly praying to God. Everything happened good. You say God did it. God blessed you. God is doing all of this. God is watching all the billions of people on this planet and getting involved in billions of people's lives. God, if we all pray right now on earth, God hear all us praying. Y'all really believe that? Y'all really believe if everybody on this planet pray right now, God hear all the people on the planet? Because God got like some special ears or special something where it can take in every prayer, everybody on the planet. Really. And you wonder why so many atheists. Because you're making up trash. You sound stupid. There ain't no God in the world can hear all of us praying at the same time. But whatever you want to believe. Sound crazy to me. That's like me having a son, and my son got 2 legs and 2 arms, and he had a house, and it's a log laying on his porch he could pick up. But he praying to me and calling me to pick it up. When my baby, boy, you was born with 2 legs and 2 arms. Why you just don't pick it up and take it off the porch? You calling your daddy. Please, daddy, dear Lord, come get this log off my porch. You ain't asking me to help you get it up. You could pick it up, but you want me to do it. That's how people are on this planet. You want God to do stuff that you could do your damn self. So what the purpose of God making you if you constantly begging God? You was a waste of making. You never should have been made. Like, what's the purpose of making you? You can't do nothing. But you talk about God is great. How is God great when you can't do nothing without God? Somebody make that make some sense. So God is super great, but he made you where you can't do nothing. You got to pray to God. So God made you dependent on God. God didn't make you where you could do your own thing. God made you where you can't do nothing without God. Is that what that's the story? God made you an invalid. Seriously. If you just think about some of this stuff, if we just stop with that type of foolishness, there's some serious mental issues the way y'all deal with God. Seriously. Because there's so many people that believe in God, and there's so much racism and hate. And it's like, well, it ain't working. God's not working. Because God is a scapegoat for you instead of doing what you're supposed to do. So now you can say God didn't do it. You can leave everything to God. You don't got to do nothing. But yet God is great, but he made you where you can't do nothing. You got to go depend on God. And just think about that concept. God made you where you can't do nothing. You need God. So God made you a cripple or invalid. You know what I'm saying? Look, sorry, Pop, but religion is not your cup of tea. I'm not your pop. I don't even know you. Pop is something we drink in Chicago. And you slow because ain't no religion. There's no religion is trash. Because you'll say it's one God. If it's one God, Earl, why you got so many religions? So you slow because I'm not even talking about religion. So you say religion not my thing. I'm not talking about religion. And don't be sorry. Be sorry with your children or somebody you know. I don't know you, so I don't need you to be sorry for me. I don't need you to be sorry for me. I don't know you. I don't need your sympathy. I'm about to be 67. I don't need you, Earl. I don't need your sympathy. I don't need any of that. What are you talking about? My religion is mind your business. That's my religion. You go do you. Don't worry about what I'm talking about. Ain't you got somewhere else to go or somebody else to talk to or something to do other than watching me? Let me tell you something. I'm sorry because this conversation is not for you. Come back tomorrow. That's how you do it, Earl. Like a boss. And I'm not your pops. I don't even know you. He think this is a religious conversation. This is an anti-religious conversation. See what I'm saying? He said religion is not your cup of tea. This is not even a religious conversation. Slow. Slow. I don't know what make them think this is a religion. You see, they believe talking about God is religion. Talking about God is not religion. Talk about being a Catholic is religion. Talk about being a Lutheran is religion. Talk about being a Muslim is religion. Talk about being a Christian is religion. That's religion. Talk about being a Hindu is religion. I'm not talking about religion. The concept of God and God is not religion. Religion is a dogma that they use up under that. So you don't even know what a religion is. A religion is an ideology using God. So religion is Catholic, Baptist, Mormon. That's a religion. I'm not talking religion. Religion is a belief system. I'm not talking no religious belief system. See? It's good he said that so you can see people, they just ain't ready. He don't even have the comprehension to even know what we talking about. He think this is a religious conversation. And this whole conversation is anti-religious. Unbelievable. jumping in a conversation he don't know, he don't even know. Just jumping in a conversation. He don't even know what we talking about. He said, religion is not your cup of tea. Duh. I think that's what I've been saying. I don't mess with religion. You know what I'm saying? He said, Pops, you don't mess with religion. I said, that's what I've been saying now for about an hour, that I don't mess with religion. That religion is not my cup of tea. He said, sorry, religion ain't your cup of tea. Duh. Bruh. Okay, eat better, drink, some natural stuff. Raise that. See, get rid of that, decalcify that pineal gland. See what I told y'all early? Decalcify your pineal gland. So now you can think with the God side of your brain and the human side of your brain can coordinate. Clean out. They're intentionally feeding you stuff to calcify your pineal gland so that you can't use your entire brain. It ain't no mistake what they feed in you. It's not a mistake. It's a lot of scientific research go into your food. A lot of experimentation with rats. Just think about the animal they using to test on how to feed us. Rats. What that tell you? That they dealing with us on a low primal level. They dealing with us like how you deal with rats. Trying to get us to behave like rats. Seeing what they could do with the rats and how they can make our behavior be like the rats. If you experiment with rats to try to get the behavior of people, that means you're trying to turn people into rats to have the mentality of a rat. Basically, anyway, I hope y'all learn from this. I'm going to end this conversation. I hope you learned something. There's a lot of information that I just spread over here. And nowadays, you penalize on social media for different types of conversations. They don't want no high-level conversations like this. They want, I'm supposed to be over talking about Trump and Gaza or something. These type of conversations ain't promoted. What you need to be concentrating before we go is putting good stuff inside your body so you don't be causing yourself no physical complications. Being honest about what should go into your body on your own research and your own common sense. And then making sure that you ain't no burden to no other human beings and you ain't causing nobody no bodily harm, no physical harm, no mental harm or nothing like that. That you just pretty much living your own life. You ain't no type of predator. You ain't nothing that's disrupting nobody else's life. You just doing you. If you do that, you're on a righteous path. If you can't point out where you bothering nobody, you on a righteous path. The only thing I ask you is, it's fine you not bothering nobody, but don't kill yourself and send your own self to the hospital. Don't send yourself to the hospital. Feel me? All right, it was a good talk. I hope y'all learned something. Stay positive, you know what I'm saying? And we on top of it. Victory.